Let's see. Hello and welcome to WyzGyz Entertainment. This is your host Wyman. We've got a very special guest,
Special.
Statistical Zero. Yeah, special. Yeah, special. Welcome everyone, and please do join in the chat. All right, there we go. Whenever I do a stream, I always make it a point to. Oops, am I echoing on my end again? I thought
Doesn't sound like it. I don't hear anything.
All right, good. Because I always open a YouTube video.
So you can see the chat.
Well, it's not so much. Well, part of it's for that, but because I can see it from my StreamYard that I'm broadcasting from. But it's mostly to keep an eye on the stream from time to time and make sure that YouTube's algorithm hasn't false flagged my channel, my stream, and taken it down.
Right.
Because the last thing I want is to not realize it's gone down and continue talking for hours on end.
The greatest conversation ever.
Yeah. I don't know all the ins and outs technically of StreamYard, and
sure.
So I'm trying not to take chances.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, because I don't know if you saw. I sent a couple messages asking for YouTube and StreamYard support. What was weird is I had a night where I got home from work from my main job, and then I did 3 streams back to back, one after the other.
Jeez.
One of them was my 112 subscriber celebration chill stream.
Hey.
And after that, I was promoting a couple ComicsGate books.
Sure.
And the chill stream went through successfully, but something I did, I guess, or something I clicked or failed to click, prevented the others from fully registering on YouTube's end.
Ah.
So it was kind of in a limbo. On one hand, it looked like the videos existed in the back, the behind the scenes in the studio. But at the same time, it also had them listed as upcoming. Upcoming streams, even though they'd already been completed.
Did they ever get uploaded?
No, well, not in a way that I could fix it as is. So what I ended up doing is I discovered on StreamYards, they were actually fully present and available for download. StreamYard saves them for 7 days, and then they get rid of them.
Sure.
So I managed to download them before the 7 days were up, and then upload them as videos to my channel. So the problem is, I think I might have lost like some viewership and maybe possible subs. Because it wasn't part of the stream. I mean, I'm leaving the supposed streamed versions up as well, but sure. I don't know if they're really doing anything because I don't see any new views or likes to them.
Sure.
So it's just a weird limbo situation.
Got lost in the mix.
Yeah. So tell us about yourself, Statistical Zero. What is your background? What kind of comic strips did you grow up on?
Well, let's see here. That's a big question.
All right. What kind of comics did you grow up with?
I grew up with, well, I mean, of course, both comic strips and the first stuff that I remember reading was, like most kids, I think Garfield, Calvin and Hobbes. I remember when Bill Watterson shut that down, the last comic strip where the Calvin and Hobbes, they went riding off into the snow, let's go have an adventure kind of thing. I was a little bit young to understand, like, this is it. It's done. There's no more, but because because I mean, for all I knew, they were going to do like Charles Schultz stuff did when they went into reruns, because he did it for 50 years. And no, they didn't. And Garfield, I used to clip those out and put them in photo albums and stuff like that. Create my own collections. I think like a lot of kids would do from the newspaper kind of stuff. That was my first like exposure to collecting comics. And let me see here.
You mean you actually collected from comic strips, like?
Oh yeah.
Clip them out and then put them in an album or something?
Yep. At that point, we didn't have any. I lived in the middle of nowhere. We didn't have any, comic shops or anything like that. The way I got my comics would be every once in a while, my dad would come back from the cities where he worked, and he would bring. We had a bookstore here called Schindler's, and what they would do is they had comics, and they would take like their back issues and they'd just seal it up in a short box and sell them for like $25, like a big grab bag.
Really?
Yeah, so you'd get like like a few X-Men, some Spider-Man, like some Image stuff, and then some like Eclipse and some Blackthorn Publishing, some of those the old indie ones that kind of died out in like the late '80s, the early '90s. Like I got a G.I. Joe that's a 3D issue. It comes with some 3D glasses that before IDW got a hold of them.
3D.
All kinds of crazy stuff. But so it was a huge grab bag, and I learned a lot about like a lot of the indie boom from the 80s, like First Comics, and I don't know if you remember any of these guys, but there's like E-Man and stuff. I think somebody on the replay will probably go, oh yeah,
He-Man?
E-Man actually with like he went for like a short run. What's that?
E as in Edward?
Yeah.
E-Man.
Yeah. But the first comic I ever laid eyes on was, I want to say it was a What the comic from Marvel.
That sounds familiar. What the comic?
Yeah, it was a like a parody kind of thing. The first one that I ever saw, I think, had like a Superman on it, like a parody. It was a John Byrne cover. It was, I'm just searching it real quick. Where you at? Marvel's What the number 2.
It's like what the dot question mark exclamation points.
Yep. What the question mark exclamation point. Yep. And number 2 with the Superman looking cover fighting Superb Man versus the Fantastical Four. That was the first comic that I'd ever actually seen in my life. And then the first one that I ever grabbed a hold of, my brother got Dark Knight Returns.
Oh my gosh, really?
4 years old. He was let's see here.
Dark Knight Returns.
He was like 12 or something. He got the Dark Knight Returns like trade paperback back when they first put it out, like in the late 80s, where it's like the cover where Batman's standing there and they got buildings and there's a big bat symbol on the building and he's kind of behind there.
Yeah.
Before I could even really read very well, of course, I was really little, pre-high school. I just grabbed it and I'm looking through it, and I will never forget the splash pages from the book. I mean, I'm looking through and I'm seeing all this stuff, but every time you turned over it and you get this big, huge, full kind of, like, the one that sticks to mind best is like when Batman's getting out of the Batmobile, like he's gonna go fight the punk for the first time and stuff, and he gets out and that one, he's jumping off into the night with like a rifle in his hand, and he's kind of,
oh yeah,
he's got his bat symbol's gotten shredded because he got shot there and stuff like that. I didn't understand any of it, but that was the first time that I actually saw a comic where I grabbed it myself. It wasn't being read to me or something like that. I didn't know what I was looking at, but there's a bit of nostalgia in that particular book just because of that, even though I'm gonna be controversial here. I think it's a little overrated. That, Watchmen, some of those bigger ones that everybody just started copying.
Yeah, I mean, they were cited as big influences for the industry. Oddly enough, I never read Watchmen.
Really?
I kept meaning to, but I never did. I never picked it up, and I never read it.
I think it's a good one to read. I mean, I know Alan Moore got disgusted because he was kind of showing he wanted to do stuff with the it was either Harvey or Gold Key characters, but DC was absolutely not. You're not going to put the question into a situation like this. It's just not going to happen. So he creates Rorschach. And if you ever read that story and you look at it, they all have sort of like a cousin kind of thing with some DC characters, because Moore wanted to use those, but he couldn't. So he created his own. And he was kind of showing, you can do all kinds of stuff with comics, but then everyone was like, "Ooh, this was popular. We're gonna go just do this now," and that was kind of counter to the point he was making. And of course, then he left because they told him, "Hey, we'll give it to you as soon as it's out of print," and then they kept it in print since it came out. So he won't get the rights back because they're just going to keep it in print, keep it in print, keep it in print.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I mean, even though I never read it, I did watch the movie, and I enjoyed the movie.
Yeah, it's got a different ending. The comic does. It's more of a kind of a Lovecraft kind of ending. But instead of the big bomb, it's like these creatures coming out of the sky or like portals or something like that. From what I remember, it was a while ago since I read it, but I think more akin to like the Hellboy ending with the old ones coming out, sort of thing. Yeah.
So, with regards to comic strips, though, you got into reading things like Garfield and Calvin Hobbes, and Far Side. When you were in school, were you like involved in those Scholastic subscriptions where at school they say, "All right, today's like Scholastic Day. Here's an order form you want to take home to your parents and check out these great books you'll want to buy."
I never did buy any comic strip. Well, maybe a couple of Garfield ones at the time. I mean, Calvin and Hobbes had ended, and let's face it, Calvin and Hobbes is one of those things where you read it as a kid and it means one thing, and you read it as an adult and you go, "Whoa, he was talking about, like some message or something he was kind of putting in there in the background, not so much like today where they beat you over the head." And I think that's why people love Calvin and Hobbes so much, and that's why I love the all ages stuff so much, because you can give it to a 10-year-old, 12-year-old, and they can just laugh at somebody slapping someone else across the face. You give it to an adult, and they go, "Oh shoot, I identify with that right there. That reminds me of this." And there's just something in comic strips it's so nostalgic.
Yeah, for sure.
Everybody remembers the Sunday morning paper with the big fat stack of comics back when it was relevant and it wasn't 2 pages like it is now.
Yeah, it's sad what it's turned into.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
there's no money in it.
They're putting less and less effort into it. The people running the newspapers think there's no hardly any value to it anymore. But it's one of those things that comic strips were kind of there to like brighten up your day and remind you things aren't so bad. Yeah, you've got a 9-to-5 job. You have to work for someone else. You don't have necessarily full freedom to do as you please. But here's a little glimpse of funny.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a momentary distraction to kind of give you something to smile about in your day. And then, that kind of moment, sometimes it sticks with you. They have... One second. Comic strips have been around almost as long as movies have. I mean, they kind of grew up right next to each other. And the only thing that was around, in America, we had... I want to say it was around 1895, something like that. They had like their first bigger hit called The Yellow Kid. And that was, I want to say, was it The Yellow Kid that they eventually just took all the reruns and put them into a comic book? So, I mean, the first comic books in America were created, like as we know it now, like the 10x7, 10x9 or whatever. Those first ones were just old comic strips that were kind of put together in a collection for people and sold for a couple of cents. So I mean, going back to Winsor McCay, I love me some Little Nemo in Slumberland.
Oh yeah.
Huge puzzle or huge Sunday strips that they do every week, where papers were like twice the size they are now. We had monstrous things every week, and what was it? I think we had some in the 80s, but like the 50s, the adventure strips were really big. You know, like the periodicals, like you'd see like the Phantom, the Shadow, that kind of stuff was going where they just about get into a they're gonna die. Oh no! And then the next kind of thing that they're saved, sort of thing. But superheroes really did kind of dominate the market after the Seduction of the Innocent, when they were able to make everything kind of sterile so that it wouldn't influence the children and turn them into, hoodlums. But before that, I mean, there was so much variety, and that's one of the things I love about ComicsGate. It's kind of bringing the variety back. There were romance books outsold a lot of stuff. Like girls were buying at times more than boys were, because there were so many different books. War and romance were two of the most popular for a little while. Then horror came along with the EC stuff, Tales from the Crypt, Vault of Horror, Haunt of Fear.
Oh yeah,
and that became the next big thing. And then of course that's what led to all the trouble, because the Pretenders, the other guys, were going, oh, it's the gore that they want, I get it, kind of thing like that. And then they got worse and worse and tried to top themselves until the Senate took notice and just decided to blame all the horrible stuff on that. Just like video games today, like there's all this horrible stuff going on. You know what? It's games that did it. That's what it is.
It's one hot topic after the next.
Oh yeah.
Mr. CCDV, welcome. Mr. CCDV says, my friend and I always read the Garfield collections. Liked and shared. Thank you. Rewinding a bit. Yeah, when I was a kid, when I was your age, I was in, I guess, elementary school, and I actually was one of those kids who'd order from the Scholastic list. And among my top picks were like comic strip related stuff, Peanuts, Garfield Treasuries. I had a couple of the Far Sides and a couple of the Calvin and Hobbes. And like you, I appreciated Calvin and Hobbes because it was meant for young and old. So was Peanuts, incidentally. The way it was written, it was written for adults and children alike. It covered, adult topics, but made them accessible to children. And as time went by, creators like Jim Davis of Garfield and Charles Schultz of Peanuts, as I understand, they eventually turned into kind of like IP production houses, where instead of them being the original artists, they maintained the copyright, but they hired other people to do their stuff.
Well, I think Schultz kept his going himself. He drew those. He would stay. He had this reputation for keeping his strips 8 weeks ahead. So he had 8 weeks drawn at all times. But he was also a busy dude, where he would have to just sit in these meetings and listen to people saying, oh, we got this Snoopy's lunchbox. What do you think about that? He's got to sign off.
Oh yeah, merchandising. Yeah.
Yep, we got this snow cone maker. He's got Jim Davis was the guy. He's got other people drawn for him. He does, like, I think, if he still does it, 1 strip a week, maybe. He still hand letters a lot of his, as far as I know, and stuff like that. They'll computer color it and stuff. But
it kind of bummed me out when I learned that Jim Davis was now letting other people do his work.
Oh yeah, for a long time. Garfield isn't really even all that much like it used to be. It's sort of just an institution.
Yeah.
It's just
well, nowadays, even if Charles Schultz continues to do his own work, I know with comic strips, because you have such a short, brief moment with which to convey a message. or pull off a joke. It's going to be a lot of hit and miss, but
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of more misses than hits as of late. Whenever I check out a newspaper, I mean, I rarely read newspapers these
Right.
days, but when I do come across a comic strip, I do take the time to check it out, see if it's as funny as I remember it, and unfortunately, it usually isn't.
And you get him every once in a while now. Graham Nolan's got a comic strip. He didn't, a lot of people don't really know about it because he's been, shelling out the Chenoo, and he did his Monster Island books and stuff like that. But he's got a strip called Sunshine State that I'm a big fan of. It kind of centers around this gator and this like bird that are friends, and it's set in Florida, of course, but it's like he shares them on his Twitter, and then I think he's got like sunshinestatecomics.com, I think is like the main place where it is. But he still does, I think it's weekly strips.
Are these web comics, or are they actually in the papers?
No, they're web comics. He was getting courted by, I think, King Features, who's working at the time, kind of like a, hey, yeah, just show us some more and we'll think about picking it up, because you have to have submission guides for those kind of guys. They'll want like, your first 100 strips or something like that, just to see if you can do it.
Well, they ask for that many ahead of time?
They ask for a lot ahead, months ahead. And then they'll decide, and they, after a while, they just kind of went, no thanks, because the people he was talking to, I believe, if I remember his story right, they retired, and some new guys got on, and they wanted edgier, more political type stuff. Right, and Nolan, he's not about that kind of stuff, so he is just like, thanks, but no thanks. He's doing it himself, so he's more free with that. But his is another one of those, like, adult can read it, a kid can read it, anybody can read it, and it's genuinely a good strip. I think he doesn't talk about it nearly enough, but
I'll have to check that out. Is it behind a paywall?
No, not at all.
Oh, all right.
Not at all. I keep on waiting for him to Indiegogo a collection, but he's he's doing some of these cool one-off stories right now. Like he was just saying, I want to say it was on whose stream was that I was watching last night? Is it it was Sweetcast. He was on Sweetcast last night, and he was talking about how he just wants to do these one-off stories, like a movie, and maybe not even have a sequel to the Chenoo. He wants to do the Chenoo, and then maybe another really cool story, and then maybe a Monster Island or something like that.
Oh, wow, all right.
He's going that route, and I like it. I approve.
Like all these self-contained stories.
Absolutely. One-shots. I love it.
Well, that's a neat idea.
Yeah.
It keeps the creator, the artist, the writer from, feeling bored or stagnant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it gives them something new to,
You can do another if he gets a good idea.
Direction too. Yeah, awesome. And so you said that when you first got into comics, you actually got into you mentioned E-Man. What is E-Man?
E-Man was from First Comics back in, let me see here. E-Man was created by, writer Nicola Cuddy and Joe Stanton for Charlton Comics in 1973, according to this little article. But they went over to First Comics for a little while, and that's where I found them, in the grab box.
Okay, all right.
And they had he did like there was like an X-Men kind of parody sort of satire thing where like Cyclops was like his face was under like a, I don't know what you'd say, like a big shield, and then he pulls it up and like pop zits would shoot at people and weird stuff like that. Yeah. But
gosh.
He went from Charlton Comics to First Comics. He did Comico for a year. That was another one of those places, and did some digital stuff from 2006 to 2008. But it was kind of short-lived. All
right. Mr. CCDV says Sluggy Freelance is the last webcomic I read. Ever heard of it?
I haven't. I'm not sure what that is.
I haven't heard of that either. I actually, uh, when web comics were becoming a thing, I was initially interested, but then I quickly lost interest.
Why is that?
I just, well, I'm not sure. Other than the fact that I got distracted by other stuff.
Sure.
I guess I have kind of a short attention span, and I always liken myself to an octopus because I've got all these different projects that I personally want to work on. And if I'm spending too much time consuming other people's content, then I never put the effort into working on any of mine. And all along those same lines, the with all these different projects I'm interested in, I split up my time amongst them, so I never really get anything accomplished.
Yeah, that's a well, see, webcomics, the funny thing about that is, like, they don't really do it like your newspaper comic strips. Usually it's like a page of a regular comic strip at a time kind of thing, or a couple pages, or they'll do it like, since quite a few people do them for phones, they just do it in this really long strip. So you just keep on scrolling down, and it might be a panel, then another panel, then another panel, then another panel. Quite a few people do. I don't know. Things have obviously changed a little bit, but yeah, like comic strips, like the old 4 panels, you don't see them a lot anymore.
Those are the early ones that I was used to seeing. They were trying to adapt what was seen in the funny pages and just translate it to the web version. So you'd see a strip at the top, and then down below would be like credits and advertisements.
Yep, and that's 4 panels are primarily why I do what I do, is because it's one of those last tethers, I think, to a normal person that doesn't read comics. If you go on Facebook, you see all kinds of comic strips, single panel, 4 panels shared, from old times, from political cartoons. I mean, well, that's the single panel stuff, but you see it all the time. It's just in the form of a meme on things like Facebook. Regular people sharing this stuff all the time, but they don't read comics. And that's where I come in. I like to make this stuff to give them the the warm and fuzzies for when they were a little kid, getting a comics page from there, and that might lead to something else. Hey, they're still making these. What's going on? And then they can maybe branch out from there. Wow, hey, there's some decent kids comics getting, or all ages comics getting funded right now. I talked yesterday on Cap's channel about Unstitched.
Oh, all right.
Which is yep, it's on Indiegogo right now by Justin Dutton, and it's one of those things. I mean, he's got a tier that he'll donate to a children's hospital, and he's got like you can buy a stuffed animal at a certain tier, like the $150 tier. He's doing this one for kids and adults, so it's like that Secret of Nim kind of sort of or a Bluth style story, Coraline, stuff like that. So sort of a dark fantasy, and that kind of thing, I think, would be something that could kind of splinter out to little kids, which is great. We need little kids because that's going to create more fans. It's all well and good that the adults are buying it, but yeah, there it is. But I'm very in support of this kind of thing, and I mean also what Graded Point 5 is doing with the Reconstruction universe, and actually having superheroes doing superhero stuff.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of the Peregrine book. I definitely think that's the way to go, and
I'm excited to see what they come up with.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm really happy to see the success of that book. Let's take a quick look-see while we're here.
Sure.
I want to play that little intro video, because I've heard of this, but I haven't really.
Yeah, it needs more eyes on it, that's for sure.
Fear takes form in the darkness. The darkness feeds off screams. Fear is the enemy of childhood wonderment, built on hopes and dreams. So remember, in the terror of night, to protect the child, protect the light. Try not to become unstitched.
Hi, I'm Dutton, writer and creator of Unstitched. It's a brand new story that was created by inspiration of my niece, my love of 80s, like dark, gritty Don Bluth films. And in fact, that's what Unstitched is. There's a dark fantasy, all ages story. It's a mix of Rise of the Guardians, Toy Story, and Coraline, all put together. I have a talented, wonderful artist named Laura Rimbas-Humbert. She's even doing one of the covers. The other cover is a variant done by the highly talented Jason Brubaker. You know him from Remind, from Sithra, plenty of other things. Unstitched, part 1 of 2 is coming out soon. It's going to be 48 pages, with part 2 being 50-some pages later on. We got some cool tiers with the book, besides just getting 1 or 2 covers. You can either get this as a poster. This original art piece will also be for sale. And if you don't get the poster, this will also be the back cover as well. We have
Great stuff.
print that's going to be on the higher tiers, like the 150 tier, which this is going to be a teddy bear based off the Boogeyman with the glow-in-the-dark eyes, limited to 10. You get both covers, this poster, and a mini print.
Oh my gosh. Oh, goodness gracious.
That's a great design right there. That's cool.
Oh man, I gotta look at this. Oh man. Yeah.
So I mean, it's just one of those things that I've been looking at. I mean, the variety is unbelievable. Ardana from Wyatt Holiday. It's like your, what do you call it, like a Conan style or Red Sonja style thing. Billy Tucci's got that
Oh man.
that Miss Fury. So it's like some World War II type stuff. Continuing with
Oh
that.
yeah, I gotta check out Miss Fury too.
Yep. Graham Nolan with the Chenoo and the horror. Peregrine with the superhero stuff. Slaughter Squad with that like kind of fun Ren and Stimpy style crazy action.
With the farm animals,
Yep.
weapons.
Yeah, yep. The anthology stuff like Lost Pages, Battle Break Road, kind of hardcore action Wizard of Oz. Love that. Mortal Worlds, like your Star Wars kind of big space opera kind of stuff. There's a lot of variety here, and I think excitement's the key to it. You just get out there and be super excited about it, and people will respond to that.
Yeah. Holy cow. I love this poster.
Yeah.
I'm PO'd that I missed out on it.
Well, it's going to be the back cover to the story, I think. So I mean, you at least to get a little piece of it.
Yeah. But it's the original art poster.
Right. Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Did the artist make the original art on a poster-sized piece of?
I think that must have been the case.
Huh. Well, in any case, it sold out.
Yeah.
Oh man! Wow.
He's doing some cool stuff with this campaign.
I dropped the ball there.
Well, again, a lot of people didn't quite know about it, so it had a decent launch, but it was a real kind of small launch just because it just hasn't seen that press yet. I see yet.
Where did you first hear about it?
I think he's been talking about this on Twitter for some time, and I want to say he launched it on Red Valkyrie's channel.
Oh, okay.
Over with Shay, and I got to watch some of that, and they were all pretty excited about it. But I think I want to say it was a later night stream, so I'm not 100% sure how many people saw that.
Right.
And I don't know, he's been on a couple of different streams, I know, but yeah, it's definitely kind of a sleeper that I hope gets to see some more attention.
Yeah, for sure. I got to reach out to the creator and see if I can get him on my show.
Oh yeah.
Definitely looks like fun. You know, something I've noticed about ComicsGate books, there seems to be a lot of creators who dig horror and zombies and things like that.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, that's a genre that I typically didn't get drawn towards.
Oh yeah.
But since I've been in ComicsGate, it's like it seems like a lot of the books I've been backing have been that very nature.
Well, it's filling a void. There's not a lot of that going on in the mainstream right now. I mean, aside from superheroes, you've got like your slice of life type stuff. You've got like I don't know, Western. You don't see many Westerns. You don't see much horror movie stuff. You don't see much horror.
Westerns. Yeah.
So I mean, well, aside from like say Six Gun Gorilla, which is a great project too.
Sure.
But a lot of those old things from the 40s, 50s, 60s that really sold well, they just don't have them now, and this is filling a void, I think.
Yeah.
There's a problem for everyone.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. Yeah. So going back to web comics, now I'm sure it varies depending on the creator, but I used to, I don't know, I might have also been impatient at the time because it's like you'd see a strip and then you'd be done with it immediately. And I think they were released, I can't remember now if they were releasing them daily or if they were doing them weekly. And I think I was really bad and just so lazy that I didn't want to take the time to bookmark it and return to it again.
Yeah, it's another.
Even if I did enjoy it. And then, you know, they try to make web-based comic books a thing. And what I didn't like about them is just the interface, trying to interact with the comic book.
Yeah.
I so thoroughly love the physical medium.
So you're not a digital comics guy.
Right, yeah, because you can flip through the pages, you can smell the ink, smell the paper, and it's like you get high off of it, kind of like you do with old novels.
Yeah.
So, you know, even if you get, all right, so like if you've ever gone to like yard sales or flea markets, I was real big into that kind of stuff. So occasionally I'd come across sellers who had comic books, and I tried to barter them down. But eventually, you know, if I got them, I'd score, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 long boxes full of assorted comics. Granted, some of them were in trash condition, and it wasn't necessarily the best for collecting purposes, but you know, just the opportunity to read them. You know, you were talking about how early comics weren't really based on superheroes per se, but they were based on romance and horror.
Yep.
And that's what a lot of them were. Yeah, like Tales from the Crypt, Frankenstein, the werewolf, Dracula, you know, the Universal monsters.
I love the horror stuff in the 70s, like weird war tales, and I guess Tales of the Unexpected would kind of fall into that. Ghosts, that's type stuff. I love that stuff.
Another thing that came out around that time was Conan the Barbarian and Red Sonja.
The magazine-sized ones?
Yep. And I collected comic books around the time magazines were still out, but I think they were gaining less favor, so they were selling less and less of the magazine-size format.
Well, those are typically the adult ones, too. I know Conan and Dracula sometimes would have like some nudity and stuff like that in there. So, I mean, they'd, I don't know that the numbers were absolutely astounding in the first place compared to, like, say, Marvel Dracula, just regular Marvel Dracula versus magazine Dracula, Tomb Dracula type stuff. But yeah, there's There's room for that too. Mary Boys, that book is, I want to say it's around, what did he say, A4, something like that. But
I think it's A4.
It's close. Yeah, it's not quite as wide as the old magazines were, but that's kind of what it reminds me of, with the kind of the ink wash,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. It's very reminiscent. I was trying to figure out what it reminded me of the other day. Like, I know it's got a little bit of similarity with Eric Powell's The Goon. They probably had some of the same influences, but this is on a different level than that, I think.
Oh, you mean Mary Boys?
Yeah, Mary Boys.
That's a pretty cool book.
It is.
I received mine in the mail recently. I still got to read all my ComicsGate books, but I've got a bunch of them.
Fast. That's the main complaint I've heard from people about this book when reviewing it, is just like, you turn the last page and you're saying, well, wait, there's more? There's no more? That's a great complaint to have.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you get so involved in the story that you're sucked into it, and before you know it, you're hungering for more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, around the time that I was collecting comics, they were still doing heavy metal FAQ, and they were also doing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in black and white.
Oh yeah, yep.
I love those.
So is that kind of stuff that you liked when you were like really collecting comics, like indie stuff?
That I started with those, but then I got into some of the more mainstream stuff, or what became the mainstream, like Silver Surfer, Spider Woman, G.I. Joe, Transformers, He-Man, She-Ra, Blue Beetle, Booster Gold.
Oh yeah.
I was kind of digging the campy nature of them.
So you like the Justice League Giffen, like international stuff with Keith
and West Coast Avengers. Mm-hmm. Basically stuff that was, it just dawned on me. You've got the Avengers, who are based out of New York, right?
Sure.
And then you got the West Coast Avengers, which I guess are based out of California or the West Coast.
Somewhere in there, probably, yeah.
Yeah. That's a funny concept.
Yeah, they had, and then there's the Great Lakes Avengers with the C-list guys. I think I was for that. Flatman, Big Bertha, Doorman, Mr. Immortal.
Oh yeah. Oh jeez.
Those guys.
Were they
Justice League tried the same thing with like Justice League Detroit.
Were they really called the Great Lakes Avengers?
Oh yeah. Yep. They had the Great Lakes Avengers. I don't know that lasted as long as the other ones.
Oh my gosh. It sounds like the precursor to, all the CSI or episodes. You got CSI Vegas, CSI Chicago, all these different cities.
I think that was a Hawkeye-led team. Iron Man led the West Coast. Or East Coast, something like, or West Coast, yeah. Like, and Hawkeye, I want to say, was Great Lakes, because I guess.
Oh. I thought Hawkeye was the West Coast, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't remember much of who the actual team members were, but it was one of the books I did collect. And yeah, and I also had that goofy mentality. I think I mentioned it before already, but it was like when I see some of the other issues like Spider-Man or Hulk or X-Men or Batman, Superman, they're all in like issue 250, 300.
Sure.
I was like, if I'm this late to the game, then I'm not sure there's a point in me collecting it now because I'll be so far behind.
Sure. Yeah.
But then you could look at it from another perspective where, that's part of the fun of it. You continue collecting it from where it is now onward, but you make it a point, or part of the challenge is to get the back issues that you're missing. So yeah.
back then it was more accessible too, because they believed like every comic is someone's first. So, you'd have a little explanation where you are, get you caught up to speed really fast. They don't do that much anymore. I mean, back when the big crossovers were like, you get part 1 and 3 in Batman, and you get 2 and 4 in Detective Comics, and that's the story, something like that, before they started doing like, okay, we've got the main series has 6 issues, and then you're going to want to get these other 14 issues across these other books to get everything kind of put in, but don't worry, we'll put it into a big compendium and sell it for $80 next year, so you can like just double dip, or you can, I kind of got out of mainstream stuff because of tricks like that. I don't like it.
Yeah, but at the same time, it was kind of interesting having them all interconnect.
Sure.
And then, even though I didn't necessarily take the time to try and fill in all the gaps in the story, I just thought it was amusing to see these little references to issues. Like I would be reading an issue and it'll say asterisk see Fantastic Four issue such and such.
Right. Then you go find those.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Just keep reading.
I was a Marvel kid all the way to I want to say 7th grade, and I switched over to DC. I like that the cities themselves are almost like characters, and I'm a fan of just keeping the superheroes where they are. Superman, has Metropolis, this futuristic looking city, and he's got all kinds of huge problems to deal with because he's Superman. And then you go over to Batman, and it's all corrupt and it's dark, and he's got smaller villains he has to deal with. And the Flash and his bright city's got multiple villains to deal with because he's quick and he's got to be able to do it all at once. I love that idea. And just having them all sitting in the the Justice League tower waiting to stop something from destroying the universe, I think takes some of that personal nature out of it. I always liked when the heroes were saving single people or a small group of people. Smaller stories for me were a lot more entertaining than the big stuff. It's just like, we need to stop them from killing everybody. It seems a little lazy for me.
I can see that. I guess I might say that it would be wise to keep use the Justice League sparingly. I'm all for group team-ups. I'm all for super team-ups like the Avengers and whatnot.
Which is what they're built for.
And you go for handling the world's or the universe's biggest problems.
Oh, absolutely. And it's great to be able to have like a couple of villains from Batman and a couple of villains from Flash and one from Superman, go up against each other, and they all know a little something about the team to kind of pick them away, or like this huge cosmic invasion. That's a great time to use the Justice League for those world-ending events. But when it's just one or two guys and everything is always like, this is going to kill everybody, then I just kind of go, okay.
Do you think do you think they could properly pull off doing Legion of Doom in live action?
I think so. They tried with I feel like maybe Suicide Squad was a little bit of a test go with that, which it's kind of funny because if ever there was a movie that could have been rated R, a movie about villains that don't want to be heroes, that are forced to be heroes and they still do it in a villainous way, would have been a fine run for R-rated. But and Harley Quinn, I thought, would have probably served a little bit better as a PG-13.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right, yeah. So they kind of flipped those around where because they were trying to be Deadpool anyways with that Birds of Prey movie. She was breaking the fourth wall. She was, saying hi to the audience and stuff like that. That would have probably fit better. Of course, for me, my philosophy is if it's on a lunchbox, leave it alone. If you're going to do something with it, put it off to the side. Don't have it like right for the all ages kind of market. Because it's confusing brand wise, as far as they have Deadpool. So he's over here doing the kids stuff. Oh no, that's not. Oh hey, it's White Cat Comics. Good morning.
Yeah, welcome White Cat Comics. Hail. Good morning, everybody. Great show, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Statistical Zero is doing all the heavy lifting.
Man, it's give and take.
And let's see here. So good to see you. I was kind of thinking with the morning stream, I might actually be able to get some of the CGUK and maybe the Australia crowd.
Possibly, yeah. That's the nice thing about CGUK. When I'm getting off of work, they're starting their shows, so then I can watch some of that and still have some time with my wife. Which, I mean, it sucks sometimes because some of the shows that I started to come up on and I'm used to, those are on a bit later, so I can't always see them live. I gotta go back for the replay sometimes for like Mandy or stuff like that. But I try to get in live when I can. If anything, just for 10 minutes to say hello to everybody.
Oh, sure.
Like give them some watch hours or something.
I try and do the same. Is like ever since ComicsGate really blew up and we got all these this new blood, these new creators with their own campaigns. It's like everybody's got a stream now, and in the States, so many of the streams occur in the evenings.
Yeah, starting around 7.
Competition there. So, and I'm trying to not only create my own content, but also support all of these fellow creators. So I'm like stream hopping, and in some cases I'm on 3 or 4 streams all at the same time.
Do you leave the audio up on all of them? Just kind of.
It's like the one I'm focused the most on that I'm trying to interact with. I'll have the audio on, and the other streams it'll be muted, but it'll still be going. And then I'll switch to the next one, and I'll mute the one I was on, and then chit chat a little bit and interact with the crowd.
Sure.
On the other one and turn on its volume.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. I mean, I've had times where I've just let the audio run on all 3 of them or 2 of them watching, and then it'll just be like you're in a crowded like bar or something like that.
Yeah.
Sitting there. Oh, what's this person saying? Mute that guy. Oh, okay, that's cool. Click back. Oh, what's this person saying? Mute that guy. It's like this.
I've tried it myself. It's hard to keep up with the conversations. Especially especially when it involves screen sharing and they're trying to show you something, and you really want to see what it is they're trying to show. Then that's where it gets more challenging.
Yeah, I hear you.
So how did you? Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, that's go for it.
So. When did you get into ComicsGate?
When I get let's see here. I wonder if I can answer that through my Twitter. I've been lurking for about a year and a half, just listening to people, because I mean, when you start out, there's so many things said about ComicsGate, about like, hey, it's a hate group, it's all this stuff, and so I'm saying, okay, I'm going to give these people the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to have a look. And I'm sitting here listening and listening and listening, and I'm listening. I'm not hearing anything, horrible that I, don't know that is a joke. And I'm listening and I'm listening, and I'm continuing to listen, and still no hate. So I sit around and listen, and after a while, it's just like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and participate in this a little bit. So I started on, I think Mandy's chat was the first one that I really just jumped in and said hello, everybody. Which is kind of funny because when I first started, I was using my real name, and it was almost like, it's not their fault, but it was almost like being invisible. So I just decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just create a new name. I'm going to be in the background a little bit, just kind of saying hello and building kind of a thing. And then people started paying attention to me then. Of course, I have one of the hardest names to say. But I mean, so people be like statistical. So I mean, that's one of the reasons CGUK called me Stato, because Statistical Zero is just a pain in the butt to say.
Is that where it came from, Stato?
Yeah. Crap named me that. He was just call it Stato, and it took off. But yeah, I've had so many different Zero, Stat Z, SZ, Stato, Stat. Like there have been so many different variations of my name, and I'm totally cool with absolutely every one of them.
Oh yeah, I love it.
But yeah, I nuked my Twitter after I'd started in 2016. Not much attention, pretty much no matter what I did. I didn't really put much into it. Wasn't my thing. So I at one point I subbed to Mandy, and all of a sudden it was wall-to-wall drama. Something was going on at that time. I'm not 100% sure what it was, but something was going on. And I was just like, holy cow, so this is Twitter, huh? And I just killed that and was just listening. Now, the only problem is I couldn't help any of these channels because they'd say, hey, tweet something out, whatever like that. And if somebody wanted to talk to me, they couldn't get a hold of me because, I didn't really have anything for the Zero stuff going. But I did want to do something because all of you guys have been giving me so much company while I'm drawing. That's usually when I listen to my streams, or these streams when I'm drawing. It's like a movie commentary. And so I brought after about a month, you can retrieve it. When you delete your Twitter, you can retrieve it after, I think it's like a month or a few weeks. So I let that time run out, and I started this page, my Statistical Zero thing on Twitter. And I came back and it was on, what are we looking at? April 6th was the first CG web strip with Peter and Mandy. And that was a 4-panel kind of a box square kind of thing because I was just using up a template. And then the next one was 3 days later with graded 0.5. I did a graded 0.5 one, and most of this was just to call attention to their books, call attention to their channels, because people respond more to a visual kind of a thing. If you just see a retweet, it doesn't mean as much as a quoted retweet with saying something about it. That's more responsive, and then when you put some image to it, that is more responsive. So I just started drawing these cartoon versions of the different CG people that I've been listening to and, that have given me so much entertainment, and, calling, hey, go look at their channel, go look at their book, here's the link, go look at their Indiegogo project, here's their YouTube channel, sort of thing like that. And I mean, although I'm not a terribly big Twitter presence, I'd start to get likes and retweets on that stuff. And thankfully, nobody's been kind of annoyed with my drawings of them, how they look, whatever like that. It's all done from fun and respect, and I would never do a joke that would take a jab at somebody, like that kind of thing. That's not the point of this all. But that also gave me a chance to, like everybody on screen, they're usually some sort of a character. Like, most of the time, not always, but most of the time, this is not 100% how these people are. You take some of these people, they'll take aspects of their personality and they'll just ramp it up to 10 for the audience, so it's more exciting. And so it gave me a chance to kind of play with okay, so if these are characters, they're going to have sort of a legend that comes with them. Piper being a werewolf, Optimus, being, instead of a guy from Texas, he's a big robot with a judge's wig on. Uh-huh. And this gave me Peter. Every time I draw Peter, it's almost in a different style because the guy has 50,000 different styles that he works in while he's doing his thing. There's these little jokes that I kind of place in and give them another aside. And then, I mean, for me, Zero Bird, that's my little character for myself, because I kind of thought it was a funny joke to have Twitter's their icon is a little white bird. And so I have this white bird here. And every time you're just furious with Twitter, you're just like, Twitter sucks. I hate Twitter. It's nothing but drama. You can look up at that little bird and you can think of me, think of Zero Bird, and get a laugh out of a comic strip or something like that. I'm just co-opting that for myself. But but yeah, then it started to get bigger. Did Piper, then after Piper came Tommy, Mark, and Peter. Piper and Grade 0.5, and then after that I did like a Frega and Charlie.
Wow.
Did a Charlie's London, and then just got bigger and bigger. And Charlie, I'm especially excited about because of her love of old movies, and I think her project coming up. What is it? June or July 3rd. I think she's launching her mailing list for the Charlie Chaplin book. That I'm most excited about because it reminds me a lot of those old illustrated classics. Like you'd get like Treasure Island or 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea or some classic literary work it's put in a comic book, so kids could read these graphic novels too. And so she's got a history of Charlie Chaplin's life, which is accessible to anybody that wants to kind of know about it. And I think that's great. And that's one of the things that ComicsGate is missing, like that, like educational autobiography or biography kind of thing that were pretty popular with, I know schools had them in their libraries, the little like issues of that kind of thing at times. And, you could read Shakespeare. A little kid could read Shakespeare and understand it. And then, eventually graduate, maybe if you like that kind of thing, up to the actual books. But I think it helped to make things a little more rounded in terms of what they are. So I'm very excited about that one. And the covers she's put out have been beautiful.
Oh man, yeah. I think there's 2 covers, or what she plans on using as covers.
She's gonna have 3.
Oh yeah. There's gonna be 3 total, and one of them's like still hush hush.
Yeah,
But,
I don't know if it's done.
But I don't think she shared interiors yet.
No, not yet.
All right, that's what I thought.
Nope. She's I've heard about. She's shown the Donald DeLay one and the Vinnie Tartamella one.
Yeah, those are.
Tucci's got one coming. Billy Tucci's got one coming. So right out the gate, she's got like some powerhouse talent for the covers alone, just by themselves.
Seriously.
But she's got. I think she said she was paying for this one by herself. So this campaign's probably going to be to like make some of that money back, and then put more like trading cards and bookmarks and things like that in there if it all goes off well. I feel like it will. She's going to have, I'm sure, Ethan and some of those Tucci. They're going to be pushing it, of course. I'll do what I can, even though I'm just like I said, I'm a little guy at a desk, but I'll still help out any way I can with that because it's a great project.
Oh, by all means, yeah. I think it's going to do really well.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
I'm pretty excited about it too, and I'm really happy for her progress. And she's like full. She's like full bore.
Yeah.
One moment she was just starting a YouTube channel, and the next moment she's got like 500 subs.
Oh yeah, she's been in the chats for a long time though.
Yeah.
Yeah, before I knew what CGUK was, everybody go Charlie's, woo! Like, who's that?
Yeah, it's she's definitely.
And Yan too. Like Yan's great.
Yeah, for sure. So, what inspired your Little White Bird?
That was an old sketch that I did. Just the actual sketch itself was just this peg-leg pirate on a dock, and he's got this ridiculously big bird sitting on his shoulder, and it's killing his back. And
Yes.
I just took that. I was looking for an avatar for something, and that was a nice clear sketch. It was just done on some brown paper with some white colored pencil and ink and stuff like that. And it was a clear sketch, and it looked good. So that just became the temporary thing. And then after a while, that became, what Statistical Zero is. He's a little white bird, but or a big white bird. But yeah, it was just a random drawing that kind of took. I think that one's actually from a few years ago too.
Is that actually a photograph of your drawing on the brown paper with the white color pencil and the ink?
That's a scan. Yeah.
Oh, it's a scan. All right. Cool. Yeah, I mean, you can tell that it is colored pencil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what it reminded me of, kind of? I think it was part of the Hanna-Barbera cartoons.
Mhm.
Foghorn Leghorn had like this chicken hawk.
I remember the chicken hack. Love that thing.
Yeah. That's the first thing that comes to mind, and then the second thing that comes to mind is in the Bugs Bunny cartoons. There was, I don't remember if it was Tweety Bird who took an elixir, it was like a play on Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde,
I think I remember that.
and it turned into this monstrous big beefy bird.
Mm.
Kind of reminds me of that one too.
Yeah, those are underrated. You see, they're bringing them back, but they're going to change a bunch of stuff.
Oh my
Right.
god!
They're going to. Elmer Fudd's going to get an axe instead of a gun.
Well, I don't know if it's true, but everyone is saying that instead of a rifle, Elmer Fudd's going to carry around a scythe.
Yeah. There was a screenshot, but the people that are putting together said we're not doing guns.
Yeah, and someone made a comment. Well, so they're going to replace an item that's known for humanely hunting animals. You're going to replace it with death itself, the symbol of death itself.
Well, he is trying to kill that bunny.
Yeah.
I kind of miss when. I mean, of course, I wasn't alive to see this, but I mean, all of those cartoons, Tom and Jerry, Looney Tunes, that stuff, they're all shorts in front of movies.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Pixar does it. Disney does it, but I mean, I really wish more places would get back on that bandwagon and have a short before their movie. Maybe the Roger Rabbit stuff turned people off.
Oh man, I love Roger Rabbit though.
When because he was co-owned by Amblin Entertainment, so Steven Spielberg, and was it Warner Brothers, one of the two, but he wanted to show it in front of Arachnophobia because he wanted, it was an Amblin thing, he wanted that money for that, and they decided to show it in front of another movie. I don't remember which one it was at the moment, but he got so mad, it was like, fine, we're done. We're not making any more Roger Rabbit shorts. So there were only like 3 or 4 made, and they were in the production for another one, but because he felt screwed over by, because when Roger Rabbit was in front of a movie, the ticket sales went up a bit because it was popular. So he wanted that bump behind Arachnophobia.
Right.
And it didn't happen. So it was just like, you know what, we're done. I'm not doing this anymore. So.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Arachnophobia was pretty fun too.
Yeah.
Mr. CCDV asks you, do you take commissions? I have 2 children's books I'd like to publish, but I need an illustrator.
Oh, I wish I had the time for it. Thanks for asking. I've got, like a regular job and a wife that I like to see. So this kind of thing is just sort of in my off time. The comic strips for ComicsGate, I mean, they're not even really that printable. I've been asked a couple of times, like, you should put a book together for that kind of thing. But the fact is, you can kind of still see pencil lines, and the lettering is a bit off because these are speed sketches, basically. Like, I get this done from nothing to colored in an hour and a half, maybe something like that. These are just go quick, so I can bring a little light on a project or a creator or something like that, or just have some fun. But when you really look at them, if you really click on them and have a look, you'll see like pencil that's not erased. Some things are off model. Like if I were to really do it, I'd have to redraw them all and like use actual lettering, like digital lettering, to like so it looks really nice. Maybe that'll be a stretch goal on if I ever get a campaign going or something like that. It'll be a stretch goal. I feel bad doing it though because these are real people. I mean, like making money on it or anything. These are real people, so I'd probably want permission from every single person I've drawn from, even though quite a few of them have already said, "Oh, you should take all these strips up," which is kind of permission in and of itself. But but still, I have a hard time with that just because this is just done to draw some attention.
It's kind of like Mr. CCDV says, "No worries, thanks though." I'm going to head over to DJ Odyssey. Thanks for keeping me company.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Geek Chorus sings all the songs kind of like Sinatra-esque.
Yep.
And everyone's in love with them. And Camel Moon
Yep.
does those hail salads.
Oh yeah, I just saw the new one like yesterday.
And everyone's putting a lot of their support and into them making some building those up more and having them do their own Indiegogos. And in fact, it sounds like Camel Moon is doing an Indiegogo, and he's already started making what is it? Is it acrylic standees of each of the characters?
I haven't heard. You know what? I think I did hear something about that.
That's what they're
I got to figure out the business stuff of it. From where I am here, you've got to have a physical location to tie down an LLC or something like that. If I were to do something like that, and yep. So I don't obviously want to put my house as the thing. I mean, eventually I may have to start using my real name, but I've got to figure out the logistics of all that before I even try an Indiegogo. And when I do it, it's going to be probably something very small. Easily paid for, easily doable, just so that I can get that done. And I'll probably even, the way I'll go is I'll have a proof copy in my hands before I even launch the campaign.
That's a good
so
idea.
that I can be like, hey, look at that. There it is. And then once the backers are all there, I just put that order in and, get the stuff as it is in my hand.
For sure.
Right there. So that it's a very quick process and I can kind of feel out what the pitfalls and problems are of the whole thing. Aside from fulfillment, which is kind of funny when you see these guys are like, yeah, I made $70,000, I made $80,000, woohoo! And then like 2 pallets of books get dropped off at their house, and they're just, I can imagine their faces just sink a little bit, like, oh no, I didn't think about this part. So then it's like 2 weeks worth of sitting on your butt, looking down, hurting your back, stuffing this stuff.
Well, that's when you
Great
try
problem.
to enlist the help of your family and friends.
Right. Right.
This is a family bonding experience.
Absolutely. And I mean, being able to kind of employ my family and friends a little bit and put some extra money in their pockets, it's a great thing to be able to do too. I just want to be able to make sure that, because I don't want to step in and screw something up so much that people get really angry, and then my time's done. There's a hierarchy, I think, like, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not a ladder climber, but I mean, if you're going to successfully do this stuff, there are just, I think, certain hurdles you got to get over. First, you got to get known.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make a lot of sense to just have 15 people on your Twitter, no YouTube account, or whatever, and then start up a Indiegogo and be like, yeah, I'm going to be a success. This is just how it's going to be. And then you get like 2 backers. Like that. So
for sure.
Known, you gotta be proven, have decent work. So there's got to be a quality involved in that, and I'm all too aware of it. So I mean, I'm not looking to just jump into ComicsGate and say, yes, give me money. This is a great community. Give me money.
Right.
I'm happy to stick around and have some great chats with people like you and just be in the chat, saying hello to people and just being in the community and having fun, drawing, creating things for people. And that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm happy to just be doing these comic strips, making people laugh.
And the more you hang out and on these streams, the more you learn.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, and I do listen a lot. Like Charlie, she said she gets a notebook and she's taking notes as she's listening. Okay, so you got to look out for that. When you're doing your campaigns, you want to have this and this and this and stuff like that. So I feel like hers is going to be an amazing campaign.
Yeah.
And I'm paying attention to that stuff too. So as far as the actual Indiegogo kind of thing, that doesn't intimidate me too much.
Right.
The making of the comic doesn't intimidate me too much. It's just that after part, what happens with all the money, where that stuff goes, being very careful about taxes. You got to pay attention about taxes. So that's the stuff that I'm really paying attention to, because the last thing I want is Uncle Sam knocking on my door, wondering what I did with that, whatever money I would have gotten.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's, I mean, as far as I'm concerned right now, that's the last thing on my mind. I'm just happy to see, because I mean, once everybody gets bigger and it becomes more of a community, I mean, not just a community, but I mean, like a mini industry, that's kind of the goal. You want to be able to get as many people as you can up there with super chats and 1,000+ fans, and just making it, it could be something to be said about, like, there's more competition, so that means, like, less opportunity. But at the same time, it just means there's going to be more people that are fans of this particular hobby in this community, and that kind of thing. So I'm a strong believer in that. Like, there's so many good shows on this comic book stuff right now that are only getting a few views, and they're great shows. They're great shows, and you're wondering, there's great information, there's great talks, there's they're showing you stuff you didn't know before. And nobody gets to see them. And I think part of that's because of YouTube. Just there's so much on YouTube, and so much gets suppressed.
Yeah, unfortunately, their algorithm is whack.
Yeah, it is. And as big as ComicsGate is, it's not that big. I mean, Anna she's one of the bigger channels just in the community. She's 115,000 subs or something like that. And Ethan is a bit behind that. He's, I think, certainly the biggest comic skater.
Right.
So, I mean, and then he's at, let me get a window here. Ethan's at, for his Cyberfrog 2, he's at, how many people? I'm trying to.
Are you talking about backers, or are you talking about total channel subs?
No, backers. Here we go. He's at, he's almost, he's at 937 too. He's at 7,773 backers. So when you think about that, with the 100 and some odd followers he has, and he's got 7,000 people that are backing that particular project, that's a large difference.
Yeah, but you also have to consider there are many people who multiple back.
Oh yeah,
campaign too.
Absolutely. So I mean, it's big, but it's not huge. I don't think it's quite at where you can really, it can make a huge dent yet. It's getting there, because it seems like it's growing every single month. And that's another reason I like to use the CGUK hashtag in my in a bunch of my stuff. Not only because I'm including them in certain things that I say and do, but I mean, I like to normalize that, because this is a worldwide movement. There's people all over the place. Australia, I want to say I heard them in Japan, lots in the CG or in UK, tons here. I mean, but it's good to get people following them too, and seeing their books and what they can do, because they're a huge part of it as well.
Absolutely true. I was wondering what your views are on web-based comic books. Do you get into those?
I tried. As far as like I said, like the little 4-panel strip stuff, there's not a ton. The biggest ones I know of, oddly enough, are they're more geared towards a girl audience. There's like what is it? Katana Comics. You see them in Target and stuff like that, because they've got some like bigger things there. I think both of them are on that Tapas and maybe the Webtoons kind of thing. And then, 1 second. Sarah Scribbles, that's another bigger one. I think, I'm not sure, I haven't read it in a while, but Scott Kurtz still draws PvP, which has, gone back a long time. I had to stop reading it, but
Sarah Scribble sounds familiar.
Yeah, you probably saw her share it on like it's a comic strip. You probably saw her share it on Facebook or something like that.
Does she also have an Instagram, to your knowledge?
She probably does.
Alright.
Probably does. But those are bigger ones. But I mean, like a lot of the web stuff that I see is either it's like sharing one page of a comic book per week or something. It's usually weekly because they have to do it all themselves. Or
Now, what about the ones you find like from DC and Marvel? Where
you're talking like digital?
Yeah, digital books.
I'll buy a digital book if I don't care if I lose it, just to read it sometimes. They'll have sales and I'll pop down $5 for a graphic novel or something like that if it's not something I'm going to buy. Typically, I haven't bought a new DC book or Marvel book in a long time. I buy some reprints. What's the last reprint I bought? It must have been, I don't know. IDW, some reprints from there. I just bought like the Darwin Cook Parker series. There's 4 books from that. Like the movie Payback.
Okay, yeah.
Based on a series of novels. That was like the first one. Lee Marvin did one in the 60s, I think. Same story. But Darwin Cook did a bunch of adaptations of Donald Westlake novels, old crime novels from like I think the 70s or 60s or something like that. Hardcore stuff.
Actually, novels, not comic books then.
What's that?
The movie Payback was actually based off of actual novels, novels, not comic books.
Yep. And that's the reason they niced him up a little bit in that movie. The director's cut was closer to Westlake's novel, but Parker still had a little bit of a nice streak to him, which Westlake hated because he was a bad guy. Parker was a bad guy. And so that's why he wouldn't allow the use of his name Porter. They had to use the name Porter instead of Parker.
Oh.
Because Westlake he'd grant the story, but he wouldn't grant the name. He didn't like Hollywood all that much. But yeah, he was a harder crime writer, kind of like you'd see Elmore Leonard. I don't know if you know who that's. You definitely know movies that he were based on stuff. So the series Justified.
All right.
Based on Elmore Leonard. Get Shorty
series
with John Travolta. And then the Be Cool novel. What else was there? Oh man, a bunch of stuff that you'd probably got because he started out as a Western writer. He wrote Westerns back in the day, and then he started doing crime fiction and stuff. I do like Elmore Leonard a lot. He does his dialogues very realistic and sometimes very minimal. So I mean, you can really hear the people's voices in your head because he'll do accents. He'll write in accents sometimes. So if it's Southern, you'll read it Southern.
Right.
But yeah, I was a huge fan of Justified when it was playing because they did a lot of realistic stuff in there. You get a dumb redneck out in the middle of the woods or something like that. It doesn't mean that they're not clever. These guys did clever stuff all the time. They're just not that educated, maybe. So you watching a normal movie, how they're usually the butt of the joke, and they're not that smart, and they're easily over. But in Justified, they're dangerous people because they're criminals, and it doesn't mean that they can't, get the upper hand because you're in their territory and they know it. But they're just not all that book smart. They know about making drugs and stuff or whatever they're doing, and I did appreciate that realism in terms of the story goes, how it goes.
That's cool.
But to answer that question, I'm not typically a digital guy. I do like a physical kind of thing, and which is why I kind of turned to Alterna Comics, where they got the newsprint going. They've got a lot of variety, kind of like ComicsGate, something for everybody over there. And that's probably what I've been buying lately, is Alterna.
Is Alterna the same company that also allows you to buy a subscription?
Yeah.
Or you get a whole box of a whole big pile of comics all at once?
Yep, that's Pete Smetty's company. You can do like a monthly, 6-month, or a year subscription, and you get everything that month that the company publishes.
Man,
Which
I'm contemplating doing one of those.
but it's great. I mean, even if you don't get everything in the thing, they're only like $1.50 issues. So if you were to pick out 4 issues and then there's like a flat $5 shipping, it's still cheaper than buying, 1 or 2. You maybe get 3 Marvel issues or something like that for that price, and or maybe 2 for 15 or something like that, 3 for 15 or something. But they've got a lot of quality there, I'll tell you.
I haven't. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, ComicsGate guys have been publishing through them too. They've got a partnership program where he can send it off to his printer, and because I know Sweetcast is putting Downcast, his first book, through there, like toward the end of the year.
Oh,
And but yeah, it's a great company.
hasn't Sweetcast already released like 2 books already?
Well, he's done Downcast and then the sequel to Downcast, and I think he's got a mailing list up for his next project, if I remember right.
And that'll be handled through Alternate Comics.
I'm not 100% sure.
Right.
Well, I think he's going to do his crowdfund first, and then, if it all works out, I'm not 100% sure where that's going, but I do know that his first one is going to go through Alterna in like 4 issues, 4-issue miniseries, something.
Cool.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
They're doing some great stuff at Alterna.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never got into. I tried a few of the digital comic books, and back when you could get a few free issues to try out. But number one, I'm not really big on subscriptions these days, and number two, I just have a hard time dealing with the interface.
Oh yeah.
Trying to figure out whether you need to drag to get from cell to cell, or
The guided view.
you have to tap. I'm technically inclined, but this kind of stuff bothers me with digital comics, and even when you're following all the proper motions and swipes and taps, it feels awkward, because like when I read a comic, I go sequentially, and then sometimes I'll either want to reread something, or I'll want to spend a little more time looking at some artwork, and I'll have a hard time figuring out how to go back to the precise cell that I want to look at.
Sure.
It's a pain in the rear. Whereas with the physical medium, which I totally adore still, you can just, bam, you just look in that direction and bam, there you are. You know exactly where you want to be, and it just takes a moment. And I think we were discussing this off air earlier. I love the physical medium for the smell of the paper, the smell of the inks, because you can get high off of it.
That's a nostalgic thing too.
And just as you can with novels, it's like I actually enjoy going into old bookstores and looking through old novels, and you see how they're all worn and everything and discolored, but they're still there. It's still on printed form. And the third reason I'm not big on digital comics is the same reason I'm not big on streaming content necessarily, like from Disney Plus, TV, Netflix, is that if you buy something that you really want, that you plan on rewatching, and they decide to jack up their prices, or they decide to make it no longer available for whatever reason, or they decide to edit it so that it's more politically correct, then there's no sense of ownership.
Right.
And
it's leasing.
If there's even a technical issue involved, then they might block your access to it.
Right.
So that's why I still like physical DVDs, Blu-rays, physical comic books, novels.
Do you have a big collection of movies?
I've got, let's see, I've got a bunch, but not as big as it used to be. I don't know if you're going to be, oh, hold on.
I kind of see it.
Over there,
Right.
In the bookcase
Sure.
is a bunch of movies. So I've got westerns, I've got action adventure, I got martial arts, comedies, just a wide variety of stuff, sci-fi.
My last tally for my movie collection, because one night I was really bored and I decided to count them all. My last tally was probably somewhere around 1,400 movies.
1,400?
Yep, and I have bought some since then. So it's got to be. I don't know if I counted the ones that are in the bins in the closet, but I've got, my wife and I have two like big bookcases, and they're like double stacked through kind of stuff, ranging from everything from, I think the earliest movie I have is from 1916. I want to say it's some Charlie Chaplin shorts.
Oh, cool.
Unless Nosferatu was done in the 20s, all the way up to now. So I have stuff from every decade. Probably my favorite being the 30s and the 40s, where my movies that I most love are kind of located in there. And then the 80s, 30s, 40s, and 80s. Those would be my three decades that I absolutely love the most. But every decade's got wonderful movies.
I love the 80s.
But yeah, huge movie collection.
Yeah. Sounds like you obviously have more than I do. Let me see here. I was trying to do a search based off of... I have this app that I was trying to use called Delicious Library that was supposed to keep an ongoing tally of all your titles, and you basically use your webcam to scan in the barcode, and it would try and pull it up. It is pretty trippy, but I think it's becoming buggy as time goes by. I don't know if they're still developing it, but you used to not only be able to track your movies, you could also track console games.
Oh, wow, okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, you might even have been able to track paperback books and novels.
Wow.
As long as they had like a barcode, or at least you could find it in their database description.
Kind of
it also had a little tracker where if you lent a title to a friend or something, you could put their name on there and keep track of how long they've had it. So
I don't know. It could cause some problems.
It's like, when are you going to return that movie back to me? I've been wanting to watch it again.
It says here.
Exactly. But when I stopped actively importing my titles into it, I had, I guess, 227 movies.
Oh, wow.
So that's not a whole lot. And that included 112 DVD movies and 114 PlayStation portable movies.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You had the UMDs?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of PlayStation portable.
Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I still own the PSP 1000 and I have a PSP 3000.
Okay.
I never did get a Vita.
No, that's okay.
It's too expensive for the time, and
didn't go anywhere.
Well, one of the problems Sony has is they make some good products, but they don't put enough backing and support to the publishers of the titles.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know.
They put out some good technology, and they won't put the money behind advertising and promoting and the like. So they don't get a lot of support, and their product dies.
I think Nintendo's king of that area. The GameCube, you could kick it down the stairs and it would still work. That thing was built like a brick.
Oh man, yeah. And the N64 is still very popular for a lot of people.
Well, the cool thing about that is a lot of those games, there's a huge number of PlayStation games that had like this coating on them. It was faulty. So you get disc rot. There's these like little black things. So there are so many PlayStation games right now, they're getting disc rot. And of course, the other one being a cartridge, it's fine. It's okay. They were making fun of Nintendo back then. It's like, you guys are spending way too much on your Nintendo cartridges. Ha, ha, ha. But it turns out those are better preserved than the actual CDs were because the coating is failing on some of them.
Oh my gosh. I didn't realize that was going on there. Yeah. I was very much a console gamer for many years.
Oh, yeah.
And I started on the Nintendo NES. 8-bit console.
Absolutely.
Old gray rectangular box, and I was fortunate enough as a kid to be able to get the complete Nintendo Entertainment Center set.
Nice.
So you get Robbie the Robot, you get the laser gun, and unfortunately, Robbie the Robot only had like 3 games at most that you could interact with. And oops, sorry, hold on. So I have it set up so that I can get alerts on my computer or on my phone.
Oh, gotcha.
So even though I silenced my phone, it still came through on the computer.
Is that Adam Post down there?
Yep. I'll get back to you later. I have a feeling I know who it is. Comics We Love. Is me calling. Pick up, damn it. You don't even have my number. And you're connecting via Periscope. Oh my gosh. Only kidding, it's not me.
Hi, Adam.
Holy crap. Welcome, Comics We Love. Oh man, that would be a crack up if it was you.
I've got to worry about your replay though, because having that cup of strong black tea on an empty stomach, I feel like I'm like the anti-wanger. Like you're gonna have to slow me down to be able to hear what I'm saying because I'm going so fast.
Oh my gosh.
I like Wanger.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I was speaking of learning stuff from the pros and those who've done it before us, and learning about how to properly release a book and crowdfunding and stuff. I think I saw a video recently, a stream with, was it Adam Post and Art T-Bear? They were discussing how to time campaigns and how to, Wanger is fun, I agree.
A lot of good information in those.
Yeah, it's they're dealing with numbers, they're dealing with facts, and weighing the pros and the cons of, if I released a book and I want to make it available for future customers on another campaign, do I buy 500 more copies of reprints, or do I buy 1,000? And then you do the price comparison, you use a calculator or a simulator. Yeah, that was you guys. That was a freaking trip. It was like an eye opener.
See, I find that stuff interesting. The nuts and bolts of the backgrounds of comics. Like I do love comics, but it's always been more interesting to me what the creators are doing, how they're doing it. It's an entirely different world, looking at what they do in the background versus what the characters are doing on the page. And some find it boring, and I know sometimes with these YouTube shows they got to go bigger and they got to go crazier.
Buy 12 months supply for sales. Cool, I'll do more shows like that. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
I know people find them boring. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, there are different crowds, different strokes for different folks. And you've got some who are really into the details and the nitty gritty information. Like when I watch movies, I love the advent of DVDs and Blu-rays because they pack on deleted scenes, storyboards, documentaries, behind the scenes clips. And when it's becoming more and more popular with comics, especially with the advent of ComicsGate, you've got people doing time-lapse videos showing them doing a page, or you get to watch, like EVS does streams where while he's fulfilling, where you get to watch him sign books and talk to the audience.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. I love that behind the scenes stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
It's fascinating stuff because, I mean, as much as you want to be a creative, be it a writer and doing the pencils, the lettering, the art, in the end, it's still a business. You've got to learn that side of it too.
I just love the excitement about all aspects. I mean, it really comes through, the love of comics. And that's, I think, the best thing about ComicsGate is that's infectious. You get people that are watching this stuff and they go like, holy cow, I can do my own comic. And the best way to get them excited about that is to be excited yourself. It's not unlike, say raising kids, where if you want them to like really understand something's important, you get excited about that. And the kids they're going to get excited because before they have a big vocabulary, they're going to kind of play on your attitude about certain things. They could tell when you I don't want to go do that. Or yeah, let's go get it. Let's get it done. Like that excitement, that enthusiasm will power people. And I try like crazy to bring that whenever I'm on a stream or in Twitter or whatever like that, because I think it's important.
Hold on a minute. Let me see something here.
Uh-oh.
Did I get taken down?
Uh-oh.
Started streaming 101 minutes ago.
Well, we're at 140 on my clock.
Oh, good. I'm still live. Whew. You know what? I don't know what on earth is going on and how it's happening exactly.
Yeah.
But, like, I'll be watching a stream, right? And then I'll maybe scroll up or down, or I'll type a quick message in chat, interacting with the other people there. And then somewhere along the line, the stream goes out of live mode, and it's as though it's paused. And then before I know it, I'm looking at old chat transcript.
Have a good day, Adam.
I'm trying to respond to them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
What was that? Did you say?
Hitting lunch. He'll see us later.
Okay. All right. Thanks for coming on. That was awesome. Enjoy your lunch. Have a great one. And let us know how your lunch was.
With the YouTube bots, it could be any word that trips it. It could be I love doing impressions, and I do quite a few voices, which, I mean, it's another great benefit to having a parrot as an avatar. But the only problem is, if I do them accurately enough, it could trip a sensor, and it could be like, hey, you shouldn't. I did on Caps, I think it probably, embarrassingly enough, it might have been one of the things that got him taken down. I did a Mickey Mouse impression, just out of the blue, and it was so close that it might have had something to do with bringing that down. That or Scruffy the janitor. I did both of them really quick.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, but I'm all like super hesitant to do something like that on stream because it's like I don't want to be responsible for taking their stuff down. I don't do it. All clean language, no impressions. Just come on and talk and hope the bots don't get us.
Yeah, but so when you're into having fun and doing voices and stuff, it's so tempting. It's hard not to, at times.
Well, I mean, when I'm listening, a lot of times I'll be drawing, and I love accents. Absolutely love, like, just fascinated by how you could have somebody that's 30, 40 miles apart and they speak differently. They say the same word differently.
Uh-huh.
And so there's a lot of accents in CG, whether it's Mandy's, what is she, Georgia, or there's a bunch of Texans. So like, I think Chief Optimus is Texan. So is Tug. So is there's a lot of them. Then all the CGUK people. So I'll be sitting there drawing, and they'll be saying something, and I'll just be finding myself parroting it back, just like they say it. So it's great to learn different accents and different things like that. So I mean, I'll be doing just impressions of CG and sometimes anti-CG people because they still have interesting voices. But it's one of those fun things I'll do like by myself in the middle of the night while I'm listening to stream, and it's very quiet, and I'll just be parroting back and forth like a crazy person. It's a weird tick that I've always had. Like I hear an interesting voice and I gotta try it. But I don't feel so alone because I heard Gary Oldman has that same problem where he'll hear an accent and he'll want to try it out, and he's told stories about how people think he's making fun of him because he'll hear an Australian accent or something like that, and he'll have to try it himself, and they'll be like, "Are you making fun of me?" No. I think once you get the vowels down, you can be okay.
That's pretty cool. Well, have you ever seen those YouTube videos where they're really popular, especially in, I guess, the cosplay community and the Disney princesses community, where they'll record a video of themselves doing voices from like 30 different cartoon characters?
I've seen those. Yeah, they're hit and miss. I mean, sometimes they're like really, really good, but like, I mean, for me, sometimes you gotta have a warm up. Sometimes you have to hear the voice first, so that you can kind of, it's like a tuning fork. You can, like zero in on the voice once you hear it. But then if you do it out of the blue, it doesn't sound super great because you just need like a start sometimes until you're really used to doing it.
Right.
But
yeah. I wonder if they face those kinds of challenges about their videos getting struck for copyright.
It's possible. I imagine for some of them, it would get struck initially, and then they could say, "Oh, no, it's just an impression. This isn't really, footage from your character. I'm not a professional voice actor." Disney is really, really strict about that stuff. And I think, well, not Fox is Disney now, but the Simpsons guys weren't even allowed to use their voices just in everyday capacity because that's associated with the show. So if you wanted Dan Castellaneta to use Homer's voice and say something really, really crazy on a comic panel or something like that, he couldn't do it.
Oh man!
Because, or unless he got permission or something like that.
Yeah.
They don't want their characters shilling stuff, for other people or saying things that don't reflect well on their things. So they're very, very strict about that kind of thing. I don't know if that's changed now that Fox has, or Disney acquired the Fox catalog, but
I'm guessing it's gotten worse.
It's possible. Disney's very, very strict on that stuff.
Yeah.
Protecting their IPs.
Yeah. If you've ever seen the TV series Inside the Actors Studio, if memory serves, he's had a couple casts of popular TV series. So there was he had the panel of the cast of The Simpsons on, and he also had the cast of Family Guy on.
In that situation, it might be a little different because for a lot of those kind of things, I think they have a tendency to give the questions that they're going to ask ahead of time so that the actors can say, no, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to address that, and then maybe they can get some permission to do a couple of things for those sort of things. Because who doesn't love to see the actor just do the voice?
Yeah.
But just out of the blue from some random person, I believe they frown on it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got Seth MacFarlane who does the Family Guy,
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, he'll do it whenever.
yeah, since he's a creator and everything, he goes on, talk shows and stuff, and he's rattling off all these voices.
Mm-hmm.
So those are pretty funny.
Oh yeah.
Before I forget, I wanted to read the message from Comics We Love. We all learn from each other's experiences. It's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's one of the strengths of this whole community. Like people just, I think Carla from White Cat Comics was talking about it at one point, where they just kind of came on and they're like, we're not sure what we're doing, and people just came out from everywhere, like, oh, hey, be sure to do this, hey, make sure you do that, kind of thing, helping them out when they had that on, terrible house fire. CG was there raising money to get them some funds again. It's flipping great.
Yeah.
I love that kind of stuff.
This sounds super freaking corny, but every time I think of ComicsGate and a similar organic movement, the Fandom Menace, which is more geared towards pop culture and movies and
I know them.
TV. Every time I think of ComicsGate, and it literally has kind of a family feel to it all.
It can, and I think that's part of the squabbling too. Family fight.
The in-laws. Kick the in-laws out.
Get together at the Thanksgiving table for screw you, and then shake hands and leave at the end of the night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's got such a family feel. People are so supportive of each other. Everyone wants to see everyone else succeed, and it boosts everyone up and helps them succeed because they've got all this positivity behind them.
Which is why I'm not too worried about ComicsGate. I mean, if the ComicsGate hashtag itself falls apart and it goes away, I think these people will all be in love enough with comics to just migrate somewhere else, build something new. It might not be as big, or it could be bigger. You know what I mean? Like, it's like that scene in Monty Python where they had the castles, and he's all like, "Oh, we built this castle in the swamp, and it fell into the swamp, and then we built another castle on top of that, and then that fell into the swamp, and we built another on that, and that fell into the swamp, but the fourth castle, that's the one that stayed." Sort of thing like that. So I mean, I feel like that could very well be an attitude for ComicsGate. We build it, it'll sink. We'll build it again, better.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. All right. I am going to step away for just a second.
That's A-okay.
By now, or probably a while back, my tea should have finished brewing.
All right. I'll just sit here and talk to myself. Yeah. Who doesn't love dead air? So I suppose I can sit and just talk about how much fun talking to you guys is. Send something inspirational. I do love all the projects that are that are coming out on here. Indiegogo, ComicsGate, and community. Oh, he's back.
Hello. Yeah, so as I was telling you off air, nowadays whenever I make tea or coffee, I do it by the pot.
Mm-hmm.
So I take like my Mr. Coffee and some kind of weird sound coming from outside, almost like yard tools out front, but I don't know. Yeah, so I take basically like a Mr. Coffee, and I grab, in the case of tea, which I made this time, green tea.
Oh.
I've got 10 to 13 bags of tea bags, and then you know how they have the string coming off of it so that you can use it for dipping or dunking. Tea bag into your cup. Well, I clip off those extra strings so that you just have the self-contained tea bags, throw them into the basket that would normally have the filter, and then brew an entire pot at once. And then whenever I need to reheat it, which is no big deal for me since I'm a bachelor. I just turn on the warmer and wait for it to warm up again, and it's nice and hot again.
Well, I had a cup of English breakfast today, and again, like I said, empty stomach, so that's why I'm talking super fast. I can't imagine what alcohol would do to me. I've never drank it.
You never drunk alcohol?
No. I mean, I kind of figured, aside from I like being in control, but what I do sometimes, you get some alcohol in you, and you tend to go a little bit crazy. Certain people. I've seen some stuff in ComicsGate, but I mean, the fact that caffeine works so incredibly well on me, 1 cup, and I'm just like, woo. But
it's good. Your system hasn't been bombarded with it.
No, so I can't imagine what alcohol would do just off of. I got to be a lightweight.
Yeah, you definitely are. How many cups of tea do you drink a day?
It depends. Sometimes I'll just like have a couple in the morning, maybe one in afternoon, depending on. And I mean, I drink herbal too, so I mean, sometimes that's like a night kind of relax, have yourself something with no caffeine. Especially in the winter. Winters get kind of cold, so but not usually 1 or 2 in the morning.
You don't switch over in winter to hot cocoa or apple cider?
I'll have some cocoa or apple cider too to mix it up, but
Cool.
yeah, I've been drinking tea since I was like a little kid, before I even knew that what it was. It was just like, yeah, hey, can I get some of that? Can I get some of my grandparents and be like, they'd be drinking whatever. I think they were pretty fond of that Constant Comment, the orange spice.
Oh yeah, all right.
Yep. That's, I think, the first stuff I remember drinking. Of course, I would put like 4 teaspoons of sugar in there or something, and that's I mellow it out on that. It's just a little bit of honey sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
Will go in there, but
sometimes I do cream and sugar, but usually I take a lot of my tea and my coffee black, just plain. Although sometimes with coffee, I'll add coffee creamer if it's available.
Yeah. Are you one of those like take your coffee with your coffee creamer? Like you put a ton of coffee creamer in there and a little bit of coffee, so it's just like slightly off white?
Oh, heck no. No. I do mostly coffee.
Okay.
And I just do enough to change the color of it so it's lighter.
Okay. Makes sense.
That does seem to amount to a lot, doesn't it? Even so. Because when you pour the creamer in, it doesn't seem to really add too much more volume to the cup.
Right.
Excuse me.
Kind of dissipates.
But the reason I was like emphasizing the whole being a bachelor thing is, I'm not opposed to leftovers. I'm a big proponent on leftovers, so I don't mind reheating things like already brewed coffee or tea, and when I visit with my ex-wife, who I'm on friendly terms with, she's got a Keurig machine where you make drinks by the little K cup. I guess it irritates her or cracks her up when makes her shake her head whenever I reuse a K cup.
They got those ones where you can just put coffee inside them, don't they? They got
yeah. There is that where you have the reusable cup, but I'll take a retail K cup, like one that is what they refer to as donut shop.
Yep.
And I'll try and use it 2 or 3 times.
Oh wow! Well, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I remember reading the creator of Keurig said he regrets it because the landfills are full of those little plastic cups.
Oh my gosh!
Because people just one and done kind of thing and toss it in the garbage, and it just made a big problem. I mean, I'm not sure how much in the grand scheme of things, but there was a lot more plastic added because of those K cups. So,
well, I wondered if they would have design a version of them that is more easily biodegradable
It's
compared
possible.
to traditional plastics.
But I think that's where those mesh things came from. Was, it's like, we need to cut down. Here's an option.
Yeah, it does work decent too. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was I going to say?
Well, we've covered a lot of ground, so.
Beady, 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 beady. Holy moly. Oh, would you mind maybe sharing your screen and showing us some of your comic strips?
Well, let's see what I can find. Let me get a folder open. I can just do that as opposed to going through the Twitter stuff. Let's get... Where are we at? There we are. All right, so I got which screen am I sharing? I think it's probably my regular one. Open this up. Hold on, I got to move a couple of these out of here because I think some of these aren't supposed to be showed yet because I did them for other people.
Works in progress.
Yeah, okay, no. All right, so let me just... No. Got to open them up in like the folder thing so I can hit left and right and just go through them. Why not?
Oh, sweet. That's a good idea.
Some of these are pretty old. Well, old, it's been like a couple of months, but by Twitter time, that's really old. Okay.
Yeah, so much stuff goes through Twitter on a daily basis. It's like...
Oh, I know. All right, so let's see. We'll try this. I've never done this.
Oh, cool. First time doing it. Nice.
Yeah. So we'll go share screen. Right. Chrome has bug that can cause screen sharing to crash on Windows 10. I'm not using Chrome, so that's okay. Try that. And I'm going to switch to... Oh, hey, let me share screen.
I don't remember if it's designed the same way from the guest perspective. Oh,
okay.
All right.
So let me just hold on a second. I will move my comic strip window into that window. There we go. And I'm ready to go when you are. There it is.
All right.
All right. So this one this is Kelsey and Anna. This was, I think, during a time when Anna was just like, she must have been embroiled in this like 4-day Twitter war with some people. And you go on her show and she's just like, I just got off of Twitter. They're mad. They're animals. Let me just click on here. There we go. That's John and Cecil.
Before we go on to this one, the previous one, was that kind of inspired by Beetle Bailey?
Not really. No, it's just Anna's in her Twitter war.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense because
there's Kelsey's there because they were always put together.
So many people attack her, claiming she's sexist or racist, not even realizing that she's a woman.
Did a Twitter. This one they were having an eating war, like.
Oh yeah,
remember that? Yep.
The White Castle burgers.
Yep. And no, this was before that. This was the McDonald's, I think. This is the McDonald's one, and he said there was a time limit. Cecil said, "No, I beat you," and stuff like that. So I thought that was funny, and why not peanuts?
Oh, this is cute.
Got Micah. Without the sleeves, that's like his big single most recognizable thing. I mean, Sleeveless Comics, that's his new company. So
really?
yeah, he relaunched his site. But all Charlie and Yan, they were a lot of fun to put together. For a while, she was a silent character, so everything she said got a black screen with it.
I want the name of Scully.
She's a big X-Files fan too, so
that's funny.
This one she had up in the banner on her. I was extremely humbled. She put this on. It's based on a Charlie Chaplin gag where he'd sit down and kind of pull himself closer to a girl. And this is the first one I did of them together.
That is cute. You're good at getting likenesses too.
Which is funny because I'm not really a guy that draws likenesses all that well. I still haven't kind of figured out exactly the perfect way to draw Charlie. Like, I'll get it one day. But yeah, that's Hans Klenzer, his Jens German character. His paint mask. This is a Shanu with Mandy.
Oh wow, you already got a Shanu one.
I got a couple of them, I think.
Dude,
I was kind of pushing that project for that.
Last word I can guess my art, y'all.
That's Chubb.
Oh my gosh,
Mary Boys. I wanted to call some attention to that project. Ethan and Frega. I only did one of them. I mean, face it, they don't need my help. Yeah, that was from a draw a thing about a thing afterwards, because Chubb drew him with like this unbelievably big ball sack, like in his in his drawing. So,
you're talking about Frigga? A picture of Frigga?
Yeah. When they did the draw a thing about a thing where everybody draws like the person and the person has to write. I don't envy those people that are in that situation. They get faced with all this great art, and then it's like, now pick the best through the, like 1 through 5 or 6 or whatever it is. It's just putting that guest in the hot seat like crazy. 6 AM Comics just went through that. Poor guy.
Oh man.
There's another Fragga one. This was the first.
On it. I want to read that real quick because I'm like behind on your comics.
Oh. Yeah, they're very infrequent. Sometimes I'll do 3 in a day. Sometimes I'll do 1. Sometimes I'll go a few days. Kind of depends on when an idea comes.
That's cool.
This is the first one I did of graded 0.5, Piper and Optimus. I fell asleep on stream one time. So
that's cool.
But I mean, also, I'm learning how to do more computer coloring for when I do eventually do a comic. And the best way to do it, I mean, is just get in there and do it. So these comic strips. Oh yeah, it's Optimus cosplaying as a human. Yeah. But the best way to really learn how to color is just get in there and experiment and do that stuff. So, but got some more graded 0.5 guys.
She's a wolf.
And this had to do with their cocainum.
Oh yeah.
Thing where whenever somebody says it in the chat, typically they bring it up at least once or twice. And there was one particular chat where they did it like 4 times. And it was just like, not again, we're not doing it again. Because the audience was like, yeah, cocaine. But there's another new one. Graham. But yeah, these are almost all done just kind of while I'm listening to a stream. And that's and sometimes they bring them on and they shout them out and stuff, which I'm usually surprised by because I'm right in the middle of drawing something and it's like, and Statistical Zero came up with something, and it's just like, geez, that was fast. I was expecting it for like a surprise after they got done with their stream or something like that, or something to wake up to, and they catch it. That was the first one I ever did. But yeah, that was Tommy Mark and Hans Klenzer again, and doing a Star Trek bit, and like this was when Charlie had pretended to be Tommy Mark.
Oh yeah, I know.
With Von Klaus.
That was pretty cool.
That was pretty funny. I really laughed when I saw that. She did such a good job. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. There's Cap and Peephole Circus.
Yeah, just an eyeball.
He's the world's worst superhero, and that's the world's worst sidekick because he hardly ever listens to him. It's just kind of doing his own thing. There's Peter. He's gotten his 3 minutes of sleep or 7 minutes of sleep, so he's overslept because he's always working.
Oh yeah, I saw.
But yeah, there you can see like I didn't erase all the pencil stuff because this was very late at night.
Oh,
just wrote that in real quick. So I mean, this stuff itself, I'd have to redo it for it to be printable.
Oh, welcome, Nightsand. Good morning, man.
Hey, Nightsand. That's Shay. She does these hand turkeys.
Yeah, the hand turkey.
Yep, and I caught the first stream I've caught of her. They were kind of making fun of her for it, and it's like, well, what a comic strip.
Yeah, and she completed like 2. Do you see the stream? She completed 2 hand turkeys of Frega's. 2 of Frega's characters, and they put it in her frame and everything. And
I did. They were great. That's something she really needs to make her own.
Yeah,
like, that could very well be a stretch goal in a thing or something like that, in a campaign. Or that's Peter Cimetti, but he's a big Rocky fan. So yet another one where it was like, well, I listen to his streams all the time, and he's entertained me so much. There I am. My banner for a while, my welcome to Twitter.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I saw that one. That was good.
And, I'm attacking Commie Mark, and I've had a few. It's Wyatt Holiday and Peter. Charlie had that one on her banner for a little while. Her and Yan are a lot of fun to draw together. There I am with Cap. This has to do with when I, took his stream down accidentally, if that was me. So, and yeah, this one Charlie's got up now on her thing. Like, I kind of it was like we met in an old wartime comedy short from like the 40s or something like that. So I put the film grain and stuff in there, and made the color a little bit blurrier, and it's a bad print. And that's mine right now.
Oh yeah, I saw that one too.
This one's just because, I'd come on Twitter and I would see all these things, these screenshots of people like, we were friends yesterday and now, thanks to some stupid fights, we're blocking each other. And it's instantaneous how crazy things can change. And I felt bad about that. Yan and General Zod.
You can tell. You nail the key features that makes them who they are. That's pretty sweet.
I love the cartoony stuff. And it's great for speed too. Being able to once you get a character on model, it's very easy to kind of manipulate where they're looking and what they're doing. Because I'd study a lot of animation books. Started about 2-3 years ago. I just decided I'm not going to do realistic stuff and super detailed and things like that. I started studying animation so that I could go quickly. Move through things very fast in terms of art speed and keeping it on model. Because that consistency is something people like.
Yeah.
Who's this person right here? Oh, it's the same person as the last panel. They just weren't quite drawn like the same.
It defines the artist's style. You got to have that consistency, and like it or not, for artists, you got to have that speed, because especially if you're working in the field of comic strips, you've got all these deadlines, and that's one of the benefits to having product out there 8 weeks in advance or more.
Well,
or do you say 8 months?
Well, no, eight. I think it was 8 weeks for Charles Schultz, and he was by and far an exception. And usually, when they would accept submissions, which, by the way, it's almost impossible to get into the newspapers nowadays, where they would usually do 4 or 5 a year. Now it's 4 or 5 every few years that they would pick up, and that's you could only get 2 papers that pick it up, and you're still syndicated, but that's not a very big payday at all. But
even after you're syndicated?
Yeah, like when you get picked up, And what they have to do is they have to sell you to newspapers. And if you only get picked up by like 3 or 4 papers nationally, that's what you're getting paid for. From those papers, it's not like, we give you a flat fee and you make so much money per thing. You've got to be, so that's why you're only seeing in the comics page some of those like Garfield and Sally Forth and Hagar, the horrible stuff that's been around for decades.
Beetle Bailey.
Because those are the ones that are in a lot of the papers. They're the ones that are established from the heyday back in the the mid 80s, and some of them even a bit longer than that. But those are the ones that people they're the name brands. Those are the Jif peanut butter, and when you think comic strips, most people are going to go right to Garfield or Calvin Hobbes or something like that. So they're making money because, and even more so, it's not so much with comic strips, it's the merchandising that does it. So, I mean, comic strips themselves make very little money, if any. You got to get your t-shirts out there. You got to get your mugs out there. And Jim Davis was one of the first guys to really, he and Charles Schultz were the first guys to really like hammer that in and just do all kinds of stuff. Others had done merchandising, but not like that, not like Snoopy. Charlie and Bill Watterson was like the anti that. He wouldn't allow anything but the books to be done. So, which is a testament to his quality because he survived on books and word of mouth alone. And they're still printing those things, and they're still buying. People are still buying them. Kids are still discovering them, and I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it was for the reason that people were ripping off his IP, his intellectual property, on a regular basis, and there were all kinds of knockoffs of his characters that kind of drove him to leaving the industry.
But he wanted to do some other stuff. He got into painting, really big, and of course I think Steven Spielberg wanted to do a Calvin and Hobbes movie.
Oh my God, really?
Yep, there are a bunch of different people making offers, and he got sick and tired of fighting these people because as 50% partners, the feature that he was with, the syndicate, they could have, within legal rights, accepted any of those offers, and Watterson would have gotten 50% of the profits. He could have been a millionaire upon millionaire for Calvin and Hobbes, but he didn't want that. He was all about the art. So they had to make that decision to, like, do we either screw him over and make a lot of money, or do we not beat up one of the most important cartoonists in our time? Which one do we go? So they went with his wishes, although there were a lot of fights about hey, how about even a doll? How about a Hobbes doll? And it's just like, absolutely not, nothing. He would have had to deal with that too on the business end. It would have interrupted his day to have to deal with a bunch of money people that he did not want to talk to.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that part. But they very well could have. He had a lot of opportunity to make merchandising off of that, and it just wasn't where his heart was. His heart was just moving forward and trying new things. Oh, how do I color this? I'm going to put watercolor on it. Great. Now he wants to go do painting. So I think wherever Bill is right now, he's probably painting. Just for himself, maybe selling some of those off or something. But he's quite done with comic strips, and he's happy to be done.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think was considered a ripoff of his character was the car sticker, window sticker of Calvin peeing.
Oh yeah.
And they just replaced it with, people's names or brands.
Oh yeah, that's all unlicensed stuff.
Yeah. That's the thing that ticks me off about. Well, I mean, I've got a couple of my ideas I've been brewing in my head for many years that I'm finally, with the help of ComicsGate, I'm hoping to bring to fruition. But, there's all this stuff that you need to think about if you're trying to protect your IP internationally at this point.
Huh.
You're going to be limited into how much protection you get outside of the country.
Well, I mean, the nice thing is, unless it's exactly the same, you're going to have a lot of wiggle room. I mean, if you look at Star Wars, the original one, the 78 one, that story practically the same as Flash Gordon. It's not much different. You can substitute Luke and Gordon, out pretty much the same thing. Kid, a small town that goes off to fight a big space war and fight on an evil empire. It's the same thing. The Shadow and Batman, Dick Tracy and Batman even. Both the Shadow and Dick Tracy were around before Batman. Dick Tracy had the colorful rogues gallery and stuff like that. So that was borrowed heavily, influenced heavily from that stuff. So I mean, we're all standing on the shoulders of giants here. Look at half of these CG things and say, well, that's got a lot of similarities with this or this, and you'll hear some of the creators like John Malin would say his Graveyard Shift is X-Men meets Universal Monsters.
Yep.
So I mean, it's you don't really need to worry so much about. There's always going to be somebody saying you're ripping this person off. These are probably the same people that hear a cover song and say, well, they ripped them off, not realizing they paid that person some money so that they could re-sing their song and sell it.
Right, exactly.
Sort of thing. So, it's part of that background stuff that I'm so fascinated in.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely a fact. Man, this tea is good. It's been a little while since I had tea last.
Yeah.
I've been drinking mostly water and unfortunately soda pop, which is bad for you.
Yeah, I had to switch to some of that carbonated water a little bit.
You mean that's
flavored?
The bubbly?
Yeah, some of the bubbly things like that. It's a halfway house basically because I'm trying to wean myself off of some pop. So unfortunately, most of the brands of sparkling water, they taste horrible. But every once in a while, you get a couple that have a decent flavor that you can kind of stand. But I'm just trying to cut some sugar out of my diet,
Yeah, that's a good thing. I was doing pretty good about that, but then I went back to loading up on sugar.
Oh yeah, once you get it, it'll take hold of you. People don't realize how addictive some of that pop is, or soda for certain people, and I should just say carbonated beverages, and that should
right. Yeah, I mean, and most every flavor out there is owned more or less by Pepsi and Coke.
There's I think A&W has quite a few different things. You got all the just like here, you got small brew pops like Jones Soda. Those guys do weird stuff across the thing, but trying to get away from it a little bit. Got to be so where my sleep schedule was so screwed up and out of whack because of all the caffeine.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And and stuff like that. But I mean, I get to a certain point where I'm starting to come down from the caffeine now, but I get to a certain point where the ideas just go bang, 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 bang at a certain point. So I've just got to furiously write all that stuff down as I'm completely off my head on caffeine, which is funny because it doesn't affect most people like this. But but it has that effect on me. I go into a super drive.
Well, speaking of being a lightweight, I don't know if you ever heard the story. I think I mentioned it on a previous stream. So, my parents were kind of concerned because young Asians have a tendency to become alcoholics.
Mm.
But they just a sec. I just wanted to post an update advertising the stream.
Yes, we're still going.
Yeah.
It's not an interview, it's a talk.
Yeah, so Asian parents are sometimes concerned that their kids will get into booze and become alcoholics.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we went to Vegas on a family vacation. And have you been to Vegas before?
No, I'm not much of a traveler. I make Richard Meyer look like a citizen of the world. I like my nest.
Oh, do you? You're like holed up like Anna in her hobbit hole.
Absolutely. I do like a set territory of a few miles around a radius kind of thing, and that's where I'm happiest. My wife tries to get me to go, like to a city like 2 hours away, and I'm just like, that's so far. That's just so far. She's laughing at me like it's not.
Maybe she'll one day succeed in
I hope not.
out of that zone. Yeah, so I love Vegas, but not so much for the gambling. Whenever I gamble, I try and play a lot of the penny and nickel slots.
Sure.
And at the end of the trip to celebrate, I'll play like a bank of dollar slots, like as a farewell ending to the trip. But anyway, so we were enjoying ourselves, and when you're in Vegas, because they're trying to get you to gamble more, they want you drunk, right?
Oh yeah, the free drinks.
They give you free drinks. All the servers around there are looking really nice, and they come by your chair where you're seated, doing the slots or playing cards. So we went to this casino called the Excalibur.
Okay.
It's, as you might imagine, themed to be like round table, King Arthur kind of stuff.
Sure.
And so we were casually walking through the casino, and we came across this bar near the front, and they were offering these quote unquote free helmet mugs. So they look really cool. They're shaped like a helmet, a frosted glass look to them, kind of translucent, semi-translucent. And we're all right, we want them. Let's get them. So in order to get them, you have to buy beverage in them.
Sure.
Then you drink the beverage and you take it home. So around that time, I was big into margaritas, but being a lightweight, I'm into the fruity drinks.
Sure.
More so than the
scotch and stuff.
Desire for the taste of alcohol.
Sure.
And I also like blended drinks, not on the rocks. So I order a margarita, not thinking it through and not explaining how I want it. And up until that time, I'd been ordering like, I guess, strawberry or raspberry margaritas blended, and daiquiris and things like that. So I end up getting, the traditional margarita mix or flavor, which I guess is supposed to be like lime.
Sort of. And
on the rocks, which is basically the very thing I try to avoid. And meanwhile, during this trip, it was my sister and stepdad. So they go and order a drink to share amongst themselves. And we wanted to get at least 2 helmets, but rather than get 3, they decided to share one amongst themselves. Because, they knew boundaries, and I wasn't paying attention.
Right.
And so I go and drink mine. And because it wasn't what I intended, and I didn't want to go back up to the bartender and have him potentially waste the beverage he made to remake it into what I would have preferred, I just took it by the chin and downed it as fast as I possibly could.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I finished my entire helmet mug beverage, and it was kind of sizable. It's like about this big.
Oh wow.
And so I finished out the whole thing before they maybe got halfway down theirs, shared between the 2 of them. And as you might imagine, I just had to sit down, compose myself, and they said I turned beet red. My face turned beet red, And whenever we decided to walk around some, I was kind of walking slowly, like in slow motion. And I didn't feel like I was going to pass out, but at the same time, I had this weird feeling like I might need to vomit. And if I do, I should be in the vicinity of a restroom. So I kind of slouched over a toilet for a few minutes to see if anything would come out, in case I needed to vomit, but nothing ever happened. So then I just came back out and we continued trying to walk it off. And it hit me pretty hard. I felt like I was moving in slow motion. My entire body felt warm.
Yeah.
And my face was beet red. Yeah. And that's when my stepdad was pleased to see my reaction to it and knew that he had nothing to fear.
Right.
Yeah. There's another story where I was on vacation with my now ex-wife, and we were drinking these, those frozen beverages that are like a frozen margarita, but it's in a pouch.
Oh, yeah.
Big in your freezer. It's already made and everything. All you have to do is like pour it into a glass and you're done.
Sure.
I had one of those, and being a lightweight, they told me everyone was cracking up saying I was acting silly after one beverage.
You don't remember?
Well, I didn't think I was that silly. I mean, I thought I was trying to be funny, but
yeah.
I didn't think I was drunk silly,
Yeah, it makes a lot of people think they can dance, that's for sure.
Yeah. Dance like there's no one watching, right?
Yeah, when everyone is watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, the closest I think I got, I was really sick beginning of the year. A couple of years. It could have been the beer flu. Could have been just a regular flu or something like that. But there's this Dayquil with like 9% alcohol. The Vapo Rub stuff, the big guns. So I had to have some of that, kind of get me to where I can function. That's the closest I think I've ever come, and probably ever will.
Now, is it an intentional, conscious choice not to drink, or is it just one of those things you've seen too many examples of poor behavior from other people you interact with?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both. I mean, it also doesn't, for anybody who knows me, it doesn't really fit with my character. I mean, I'm a guy that I don't really swear that much. I don't drink. Never done drugs. I'm a big fan of Frank Capra movies and the optimism and that kind of thing. I'm into comic strips and drawing like stuff anybody can read. So, I mean, just running around and drinking, not that it's a bad thing at all. It's just not something that ever fit with my character, with me. Teetotaler, like that term, because I drink a lot of tea anyway. So it's just always something that just kind of suited me not to drink. Never really had a reason to try it, never had a need. So
yeah, I mean, I every now and then, if somebody offers me a drink or a beer or something, I might take it, and then just whenever I feel like it, I might pop back one or two at most.
Sure.
But generally speaking, I'm really not into alcohol per se. Mm-hmm. Like, I'll drink. Before I got a bunch of free booze recently, I was drinking maybe once a year.
Okay.
So it would be like New Year's Eve.
Yep, special occasions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or if I ever got invited to say invited to the wedding or something,
Mm-hmm.
then I might have a glass. But like on New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve, even if I take a wine glass and I drink 1 to 1.5 glasses of a white Zinfandel or a Chardonnay
Sure.
or champagne, then that's more than enough because I can already feel the warmth hitting my head right away
Sure.
and then my chest area, and it's like, okay, I'm done.
Well, when I make a mixed drink, often involves going over to the pop machine and like getting yourself like say a Mountain Dew and then maybe a little something injected also in there or whatever like that. And then that's right.
Yeah,
Hard stuff.
whenever I go to like a gas station and I buy a soda, I'll usually mix 2 or 3 flavors together.
Is that right?
Yeah, so like I'll do it like Orange Crush and 7-Up and maybe some Cherry Coke and
Set your setup a
just
bit.
make this big old mess of a beverage. And of course, the largest size, like a 44 ounce. But then I've noticed in places nowadays, they also have these like flavor injectors.
Yeah, yeah.
Additional flavors, which
Like
I've never seen years ago. But I don't know, maybe this has been around for a while.
I think I don't know about in ours certainly, but I don't know if it's all over the place. Wendy's has like one of those in our place has a pop machine where it's like you get like say your whatever product they have, Coke or Pepsi, and then they have a variety of like you put some lime in there, you can put some cherry in there, you can put some vanilla in there, like this syrup just kind of goes in there and you just kind of mix it up and it makes it cherry Coke, vanilla Coke or lime Coke or that kind of.
Are you referring to these like all-in-one machines where you have this huge variety now?
Sort of. It's. I mean, they'll have like your basic, whatever Coke or Pepsi's got going on, whether it's Mellow Yellow Coke or Mountain Dew Pepsi, and you can get yourself some of that, and then it's just like a syrup. Like hit that, and there's like a clear kind of liquid kind of goes in there, and then you just mix that up, and it kind of mixes with the flavor, sort of like a meal almost. You know what I mean? Like yeah.
So all right. So it is like a separate injector.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, separate flavor injector thing. Well, I don't know if you've seen them, but some of the fast food joints now are introducing this. It's kind of like an all Coke or all Pepsi machine, depending on which vendor the restaurant goes with. And it's a touch screen, and you basically start off with the core soda brand, and then you tap on its circle, and then it shows you the subcategories. Like say you want a Sprite, and then you'll have an orange Sprite, a raspberry Sprite, a cherry Sprite, a grape Sprite. Or let's say you back up a screen and you want to go, all right, so I want to try and find a high C lemonade. So, high C lemonade, do you want a strawberry? Do you want a raspberry? Or do you want Arnold Palmer half tea, half lemonade? Mm-hmm. So they've gotten quite fancy. It's pretty trippy. And then, they got all the syrups and all the soda and carbonated water already inside the machine. So it just shoots out the proper measurements of whatever syrups to concoct your soda. Excuse me. How did you get into doing comic strips in the first place? I mean, did you start doing your own little cartooning and strips when you were a kid in your notebook or something?
It had a lot to do with just wanting to get something out there. I mean, when I was, must have been 10 years ago, I wrote, penciled, and I didn't know anything about inking at that point, but I wrote and I penciled badly a 96-page book comic book, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna get this all done, and it's gonna be great. I'm gonna do this. I didn't know anything about publishing. I didn't know anything about, that stuff. So I did this, and looking at it, my style had changed a little bit from the beginning to the end of it. I mean, after 100 pages, almost, how can you not? But I got that far, and I was just like, that's a lot of work to go through that again and redraw it with that style, and then ink it or learn how to ink. So I put that on a shelf for now. And the anthology book that I'm just kind of slowly working on, it's going to have 10 pages from that book, because there'll be like 4 10-page stories I'm looking at. And I wanted to get something out. So then I tried writing a novel. Once again, I wrote the novel. It was like 6,300, 6,200 words or something like that. That took a couple of months. But then, there's a lot of editing that goes into that. There's a lot of, reworking and doing second draft. So it takes a while to get that out. Now, comic strips, that can be done quickly. You can do that in a day, or depending on how detailed you want, a couple of days maybe. It's very short, like a short script. You're talking maybe 1 to 4, 1 to 5 lines, easily editable, because it's basic stuff. Maybe you're going to want a comma in there or something like that, or maybe you spelled this wrong on a moment or something like that. But you can get that done and put it on, I don't know, Facebook, on Twitter, on whatever, and it's there. It's instant fulfillment. And it's not quite like your digital, because it's just right there for you to read. You don't have to worry about, any complex stuff. It's the joke right there, which, I mean, not only just jokes. I mean, comic strips are great for like showing a touching moment, or a funny moment, or something serious, just like to hammer home that point, that setup and takedown for whatever you're trying to say. And so you can get that out very rapidly. And all you have to do is build yourself a little template in Photoshop, or whatever you're going to do, and put that all in there, and put it into a PDF file or something like that, and you've got a book. So a while ago, a year or two ago, and I'll just keep quiet what it was, because I mean, it didn't sell too many copies or anything. It was a real short run thing. I did a daily comic strip for about 3 years, and then I published 3 volumes of that.
Oh.
So that's 300 pages or so. They were about 102 pages each, and I still had enough for 2 more volumes.
Oh.
But so I mean, as far as making books, I can do that. That's not a problem. The process of making books is fairly easy. The one thing that I learned in doing that was, like, don't use a JPEG when you're uploading to do this stuff, because JPEGs are lower quality files. You want to use like a TIFF document or something like that when you're putting together your PDF. So the quality was a little lower. And one day maybe what I'll do is, for a campaign, is I'll go back and I'll draw the 1,000+ strips that I did, and redraw those and make like, what do you call it? Do the actual computer lettering, put them in color, because they were all black and white. And then somewhere down the line, maybe that could be a project or something, doing volumes of that. But it's very rapid, it's very quick, and it gets things to people very, very quickly. So that, it's one of the reasons I'm not really thinking about doing a YouTube show, because not only am I competing with things I want to watch, like your show and all the other ones, but it takes a long time to grow a base. And people, if you want to help someone, you want to help them now. You don't want to help them 2 years from now, when you're big enough to really make giant sweeping changes, like some of those ones where like Ethan's show, when somebody goes on there and all of a sudden by the end of the show they made like $7,000 after 2 hours or something like that of talking. You can't, it takes a long, and with YouTube's rules and regulations and algorithms, and you can't say this, you can say that, it gets more difficult every day. So I'd rather just put my time into being on Twitter, or just kind of coming on and talking with people. Maybe I ask them different questions nobody's asked before, or something. Hi, Charlie. But I feel like I can do more help from a text-based kind of way and an art-based kind of way and a guest-based kind of way than I ever could being on my own channel, since growing my own platform is not a huge concern for me right now.
Right.
I'm not really looking to like, hey, sub to me, get my channel, help me get monetized. And because this is not a focus for me right now. It's a hobby until it isn't. You know what I mean? Like, you have fun, you do it, you enjoy the time when people aren't after you all the time. That's one of the things that I say to all kinds of creators. Like, when you've just got a small community of people that like you, you're having fun making stuff, and they're having fun looking at it, and you're having fun looking at their stuff, it's great. But then when you get really big and you get people that get jealous, maybe they don't think you deserve your money, they just don't like your face. It's like you show up on my timeline, how dare you? I don't even like you, kind of thing like that.
Oh my gosh.
And that can happen. The more you talk, the more you have a chance to say something wrong.
Oh yeah.
It's a numbers game, and I just say enjoy that time when you're not all that well known.
Oh yeah.
You're doing it for the love, because once fame comes, all the things that come with that money are going to come with it. Nobody's inescapable, not in this day and age, from something.
No doubt. People can dig up electronic histories from years and years ago.
Yeah.
Welcome, Charlie's London official. Hello, hail. Good to have you. So is it fair to say that when you get to the point at which you're comfortable releasing a product of your own, that you might take those 3 volumes you completed some time ago and actually republish them by souping up redoing the artwork, cleaning up the lines, putting using software to do the text?
Well, it would have to be in pieces, because you're looking at, in my original books, I had three panels or 3 strips per page, because it was like a 9x9 kind of thing, like your traditional comic strip book collection. But that was, I probably got, just with that, 500 or 600 pages of strips. So I would have to, what I'd probably do is end up turning it into a landscape. So you'd have 2 strips per page.
Okay.
And it would be that standard comic size. So that, what is it? It's like 9 point something or 10 by like 6 point something or 7 point something or whatever. And then I'd release it in chunks. And if you release the first one, it does well, and you release the second one, it doesn't do that well, then you can, feel free to stop and move on to something else. But yeah, trying to release like a 400 or 500 page book, the cost would be insane. It wouldn't be a value to the customer. It wouldn't be worth it for me if I were, in there trying to make money. So, which, you do it, you make money so you can do more of it.
Yeah.
Right. So you don't want to just sit and do it to lose money. At that point, it's just a really, really expensive hobby. And you might as well just print up a book maybe for you and a couple of your close friends at that point. But like I said before, there's a hierarchy, I think, to it, as far as like gaining experience, gaining people, not jumping, putting the cart in front of the horse. You want to just kind of come in and let people get used to you before you go and start trying to take over the world. Like, that seems to make sense to me. I'm not super ambitious. I'm a country kid. I live life by a little bit slower pace. So I want it to be right. I want it to be something that people will actually value having on their shelves. And I want them to know that the creator behind it is, as well-intentioned and happy-go-lucky as possible. So I just have no reason to try to ladder climb or clout chase. I'm happy to just talk to people and have a great time. And and if it gets to that point where I'm able to do a book, that's wonderful. If not, I'm still creating comic strips. I'm still kind of in the community, making things and having fun with all of you people. And that's, in the meantime, that's good enough for me.
Now, when you self-published 3 volumes, you said they were each over 100 pages each?
About 102 pages, yeah.
And did you go through a publisher, or did you literally run off copies on a Xerox machine?
No. It was through a self-publishing thing. Yep. It
And
had a spine.
do they exist in the wild, like on Amazon and eBay? Can
Not-
people find it still?
It's hard to find, and like I said, my real name's on there, which I'm keeping quiet for now. Which
All right.
one day, once my whenever I decide to let that out, they'll be around, but by then I'll probably redrawn a bunch of them. And it's kind of the same stuff that I do here on Twitter. It's the same humor, lots of puns, lots of just visual jokes, all kinds of. That's just what I'm practiced at, what I'm good at. Just like the 3 panels to make it work, last panel to wrap it up.
Yeah.
But that's where I got my training, and the art itself on those it's barely lookable. It's really terrible. I hadn't learned how to do anything on model yet, so they were really, really basic, beautifully drawn stick figures. but yeah, no, I've learned a lot since then, and that's part of the reason comic books or comic strips work great. It's instant out, instant feedback, instant work, and you do a bunch of them, and you get excited by how fast you're building what you've done. Like when I was first starting, 1,000 strips was impossible, and you got to break it into little pieces. You got to do it a week at a time. You do 7 strips, you've done your week's worth of strips, you're golden. And then you do a month, then a week, or then a year, like that kind of thing, and it adds up. So yeah, that's why comic strips. And like I said before, I think they're a tether to regular people. Hey, Carl, how's it going?
Welcome, Carl. Hail.
But it's one of those things where normal people love comic strips, and in order to help keep the comics alive, that's kind of where I decided to focus. Like the overlap, you get like a Venn diagram kind of thing. There's that little overlap when the two circles meet, and that's kind of where I work. Normal people over here don't care about comics. Hardcore comics fans in the middle, there's a little bit of an overlap. That's where I like to be.
Right.
Kind of getting people across the bridge.
Yeah, I consider myself kind of in a different type of overlap.
Mm-hmm.
My Venn diagram is like the little space between the overlap of ComicsGate and Phantom Menace.
Sure.
Yeah.
Basically movies and comics.
Yeah, and to a different degree, well, my intent is to promote creators and promote projects.
Sure.
That
It's great.
look good. Right now, it's heavily ComicsGate, but I'm also interested in exploring more of those fan films
Mm-hmm.
that people make. So many of them use their own money and resources, and they put out content that's better than Hollywood. Some of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's freaking jaw-dropping sometimes.
There are fewer rules by committee for those people.
Yeah, and they're doing it from the heart because they have a passion for it, whereas Hollywood tends to view it solely from a money-making perspective.
And you can tell. You can tell when somebody's hardcore into it versus just there to make money.
What's the return
the comics are having?
Yeah, what's the return on investment? Am I going to see enough profits to make this worth my time?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of garbage. I mean, it's important, yeah, but at the same time, if you can capture the hearts and minds of people like the first Star Wars did, oh man, sky's the limit.
Mm-hmm.
And just a mini segue, I think it was a travesty that Disney buying Lucasfilm, they had one of the biggest money makers imaginable, and they somehow managed to screw it up. But
Yeah,
it was like nearly impossible to screw up, and they found a way to screw it up.
I feel like there was a lack of a plan there in Star Wars. Like J.J. Abrams, I think he's great at setting stuff up. He's always got a strong start. You look at Lost. You look at was it Fringe? He was producer on that and stuff like that. They all started out super strong, and then they just lost steam through the way. And now he's going to be taking on the DCEU.
Yeah. Oh my god.
So we can be sure it's going to have a great start. but yeah. But what I think my theory is he was just hired to set the world up. So I mean, like the Force Awakens was like your playground. Okay, you've established First Order, you've established the rebels and the characters, and the next guy to come in gets to play in that world, and then he would just produce it. Now Rian Johnson comes in, and he didn't want to play in it. He tore a lot of it down.
Yeah.
And that took this whole plan of like, here's your playground, and now there's a smaller playground because he just 86'd a bunch of stuff. And that became a problem for the studio because they invested money in the First Order, which was going to be their big new bad guys, and they invested money in all this stuff. And then he just sort of just came in and shut it down and said, "No, I want to make a one-off movie, a single movie, because I don't fully believe that The Force Awakens was part of a trilogy. I feel like it was a jumping-off point that would have been packaged in a trilogy because those actors were all obviously contracted for." So many movies, but I think that it was an establishment because I watched I bought the Rise of the Skywalker for the documentary that was attached to it.
Oh.
So each one of them have a documentary, and if you read between the lines and you really look at it, there's J.J. Abrams going, "Well, I never thought I'd be back here." Yeah, it's great. So basically, me looking at that saying the studio said, "Get in there and fix that right now," so he's just, oh shoot, because he didn't want to do the second one.
Right. Yeah.
So he got dragged back into that to like try to do some damage control because he was producing, it was his thing, or he's partly producing, and that's what I got from it. I just don't think that there was no plan.
Yeah.
They were just, it was like, okay, somebody else can do a trilogy and they can have a plan. I've got a world set up here, which is what they wanted. I think I heard somewhere that everything that they used of Lucas's, he got a royalty check from. So that's why they were like eliminating certain things. Like, we're not using Luke anymore. He's not getting that money. We're not using Han anymore. He's not getting that money. We're not, like that kind of thing. So they're slowly just erasing the old stuff, letting that stuff be. They did it in the like worst possible way, I think, as far as like, it could have been more delicate and got all three of those on a movie, but they were just trying to get into their stuff, so it was all their money.
Oh yeah.
But that there was no plan. There was no executable plan for
Right.
that, as far as I saw.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is what it's going to be, and I think you can ignore it. Just like the prequel trilogy, there are some that carry a huge flag for those movies, and there are some that absolutely hate them.
Right.
And you can just keep the original three if you want. Say that's mine. I got that. Somebody else can have those other movies, but because at the end of the day, if Star Wars stopped, you still got those movies.
Yeah, for sure. That's the way I see it. I mean, I'm very disappointed in the sequel trilogy. I think there are so many missed opportunities there. But when it comes down to it, I consider Star Wars the first 6 movies.
Okay.
It says 1 through 6.
Mm-hmm.
I like the original the best. I like the prequel trilogy second best. But I thoroughly enjoyed watching Anakin's fall to the dark side and the machinations or the behind the scenes look of how Senator Palpatine came to power.
Sure.
So I found it really fascinating.
I think the biggest problem with those movies was just the micromanagement. Like Lucas had his stamp on every single thing that happened, so the actors kind of took a back seat. I mean, you could see they were all kind of acting wooden, and almost every one of those people can act because they all won awards and been in the business for decades. But for whatever reason, you watch it there, and Hayden Christensen, I'd seen him in a couple of movies where he did great acting, but there he was very stiff, and that That was George
Yeah.
Lucas micromanaging everything. So
yeah, there was. Yeah, it definitely had wooden performances.
Hmm.
I
but he swung for the fences.
was it?
He swung for the fences, and it was not the same as the original trilogy, and that's a credit.
Yeah, yeah, and he did it. He tried his best to introduce new worlds and new scenery,
Absolutely.
and not try and heavily repeat everything from the original trilogy, and create new vehicles that seemed like it would make sense, being a precursor to what we are familiar with in the original trilogy.
Try and give him all the credit in the world for that.
Yeah, and one of the things that has been brought up, which I tend to agree with, is that with the original trilogy, he had people he worked closely with who, a couple, especially with Empire Strikes Back and Jedi, he had directors he worked with.
Ivan Kirshner for the second one, yeah.
Yeah, see through his vision. And during the prequels, because he was all about finally bringing into reality what he envisioned in his mind through the use of computer graphics technology, and everything he developed through Lucas Skywalker sound and Lucasfilm's technology, groundbreaking technology. He kind of inadvertently surrounded himself with yes men.
Well,
And
yeah.
everyone was afraid to challenge him.
Who's gonna say to their boss, "Your idea sucks"? Like,
Yeah, so
No.
you could like have a soundboard to go bounce off of,
Mhm.
and kind of keep them in line, if you will, or at least to get another person's strong perspective on, what might better enhance the scene and things like that.
And at the same time, it was his toy box. He
Oh, yeah.
created every stitch of that. If he wanted to turn it into a soap opera, that's kind of his prerogative. Might not have been popular with the public, but
Right.
that's for him as a creator to do. Just like any CG guy, you take your comic book and you make it anything you want, really.
Oh, for sure, absolutely. Yeah. If let's talk theoreticals here. If you were to, let's say you were at the stage at which you felt comfortable launching a project. You know what? Before I ask this, let me step away real quick and get a refill of my tea.
Sure, I'm going to step away for a second too.
All right. Excuse me. Hey, people, circus, welcome. How's it going? So good to see you. Hail. Statistical Zero just stepped away momentarily. I stepped away as well. I wanted to get a refill of some green tea that I brewed.
Hi, people.
Excuse me.
That's probably the worst point for anyone to tune in.
Yeah, well, we've stepped
character.
away. Yeah. It's like, yeah, it's a chair stream, isn't it? Good call. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I hope you grab something to eat or have been eating something so that you're not on a totally empty stomach.
Oh no, I had a little something a little earlier, trying to even out the caffeine, but it's starting to work itself out.
Excuse me. All right, so theoretics here. All right, so suppose you were ready to launch a campaign. First off, you will have already had built up some exposure through your interaction in other people's streams and chats. And,
I suppose if it all goes to plan, yeah.
was that?
If it all went to ideally, yeah.
Yeah. So, would you have relied on the exposure through Twitter and being on people's streams as the motivation for people to back your project, or would you consider doing more with your own YouTube channel that you don't use much, or would you use other resources?
I think it's kind of all part of the same box. I think if I were to really get serious about this, I would have to do some YouTube content because it would be fair to like have other people do the heavy lifting. But I think it's not so much up to me to decide if I'm a good guy. It's kind of up to all of you guys to decide if I'm a good guy. So I mean, just through talking in chats, interacting on Twitter, coming on to shows like this fine show and talking with you, and that's why I don't do a lot of joking when I'm when I'm on these shows yet, because people don't really know me, and you start joking about somebody that you don't know, and then it's like they hear about that. Wait a minute, was he serious? Now I hate this person, kind of thing. And sometimes misunderstandings happen. So once people get tired of me, which I wouldn't be surprised if that hasn't happened already. Once
I don't think that's possible.
get used to me. I suppose I could break out some more jokes and things like that, but it's more just like your interesting serious talks for now, just letting people get used to who I am. Then I can have a little bit more fun and try to help make shows a little more interesting and fun to rewatch or whatever like that. But I'm in the building phase, just allowing people to know me. I'm not trying to be clever. I'm not trying to grasp for attention. I'm just happy that I'm always surprised when somebody ever even talks about the comic strips, because there's so much going on Twitter, and much better than what I've got. So the fact that people stop to laugh about it, share, say something on a stream, I'm floored every single time. So I just consider myself lucky that that even was a thing.
And excuse me, would you consider, instead of releasing them as 100, 203 page volumes, would you do like something similar to Garfield Treasuries?
Maybe. Those things were probably closer to 80 to 100 pages. It would probably have to be something like 40, 50 page kind of thing, like a first, almost like an extended issue, like maybe a giant size style issue for the first couple or something like that, to gauge where it stood. Because that's the thing. Like I said, comic strips, seems like it's either people are all about them, nostalgia and stuff, or it's just like, oh, that's great for somebody else. So I'm not 100% sure if it's not like the CG creators comic strips and stuff. I'm not 100% sure how great that would work out. Obviously there'd have to be a long period of talking about it beforehand, about getting people used to the idea, and sometimes that's all, just used to the idea. And again, like used to me, because in ComicsGate especially, sometimes people don't even care about comic books. They just want to give creators some money. And you know what I mean? Like, I've heard of people that order 20 different books and they don't even open them, because great. They'll give them to somebody else or something like that, because they don't really even read comics. They just like the streaming content and the company,
There's it. Yeah.
And that's why I started doing these strips, like I said, because you guys have all given me so much entertainment and so much. I'm not an exceedingly wealthy guy, so I can't go and back all kinds of books, which sucks because there are so many great books out there. So the best thing that I can do with my time and my energy is to try to get eyes on those books and those people. And that's why sometimes I'll get up in the morning and I'll spend an hour just saying like, hey, this guy's got this many followers on his YouTube. I think we can maybe go more because, I'm trying to help them get more people to their page so that they can get more people to their books, as opposed to just going to some random book and saying, yeah, read this book that I've never even read and I don't know what's in it kind of thing, So
Yeah.
I can vouch for your channels. I can't always vouch for the books.
Yeah, I love your posts in Twitter where you're promoting channels. I think that's really helpful. Cool.
There's a lot of love and respect behind it. Like, you guys are doing a good thing. You guys are on the right track, but just got to get more eyes on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find new and creative ways of promoting ComicsGate projects because just like with Phantom Menace stuff, it's near and dear to my heart now. And I want to see people succeed. I want to see people funded.
Mm-hmm.
And ideally, more than funded. Funded several times over if possible. So I've started trying to promote a number of ComicsGate books in all my video descriptions to see if that helps, see if people spend time reading further in the description beyond just the basics of what is covered in the video. And I'm trying that out. That seems to be helping some.
Well, I will say a retweet is nice, but a quoted retweet with some nice something or other said behind it, I think goes a bit further.
A quoted retweet. Now, if you do a quoted retweet, doesn't that mean the original tweeter doesn't see that message?
It can if you tag them in it. You don't have to, obviously. And sometimes, I know this is a habit I've got to get out of, but for the longest time, I would just sit and talk about ComicsGate people without them ever knowing it, because I'm a big fan of talking nice behind people's backs. You know what I mean? Like, and then if it ever gets around to them, then that's even better. But but I mean, like that's a way for I started tagging not to look for attention, but because people can see who I'm talking about. If I'm talking about Eric Weathers, or if I'm talking about you or somebody in CGUK or something like that, they can click on that and they can go see who this is, what kind of posts they do, what they like, their projects, things like that. It's, I'm pointing them in that direction by tagging the person on Twitter, usually, because that's, when you're talking about someone, you're saying, hey, their stuff is great. Well, that's wonderful. There's no example of it or anything like that. They can click on their page and see that their stuff is great. So, I mean, that's the method I've been following. Interaction. There's nothing like, interaction as far as like, that's that excitement I was talking about, where you go like, holy cow, did you see this? Did you see this? Sort of thing. Versus, yeah, I just saw this book. It looked okay. Which one are you going to want to go to see?
Yeah. The interactions are key, and that's what gets more eyes on projects.
Mm-hmm.
Now, would you mind sharing your screen again so we can go through your strips again?
Yeah, I think we can do that. All right. 1 second here. Let me just drag this over here again. And pop that up. And let's do the share screen. I don't have any audio to do.
I like your style. It's, I don't want to say simplistic, but it's enough to convey the message.
Simplistic is fine. No, it's cartoony, and it's part of the like getting it done quick and making it recognizable. I think it was John Buscema who said, it's commercial art. Don't make it. Oh, we want to go into the photo set. It's commercial art. Don't make it. Don't make it. Great. Make it fast. Get it out. Don't make it fine art. It's there to entertain people.
Right.
Quick.
There we go.
Optimus probably like curses the strip. At one point, Piper made fun of him for using the bathroom, so they were late on a stream, and now that's kind of an in joke with them. And he'll be like, "Dang it, Piper! Dang it!" Yeah, this was, I think, the first one I did
Oh,
with.
this is Captain Fuckhead, right?
Yep.
Shiite superhero and a sidekick to it. Oh yeah, that's right. People Circus.
And it's a lot easier to get their personalities and how they talk when you listen to these streams.
Uh-huh.
I'll try to like work in some words that they use. There's some British slang that they might have, and I'll try to throw in there. Like I think it was Charlie's London, the first one I did of her. Instead of saying, "Oh, this is crazy," a lot of times over there they'll say, "This is mental." Same thing. So I just substitute that, and she tells me, "Oh, I use that all the time. How did you know?" Kind of thing like that. It's like, yeah, got it right. But that's Jay and yep,
Carla. Oh my god.
Jay and Carla, or yeah.
Carla and Shay. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Peanut. Did you see? I think it was the $6,000 stretch goal celebration for the Grim Reaper 2.
I missed that.
You had to catch it. There's the
I will have to.
Carla did an ASMR eating peanuts. So she ate peanuts sexily.
Oh, that's funny. Looking for that channel too.
Yeah, you definitely got to check out that stream on White Cat Comics.
Oh, I definitely will have to one of these days when I'm. Well, that was just an alternate. I'd done one without the beard, and I thought, like, wait a second, now he's got a beard now, so I went and I fixed it real quick.
Can you go back? I think 2 slides. Oh yeah, I wanted to read that.
Oh, this is the first one I did of Charlie's London. Because she was announcing that she was going to do it, or she was just her YouTube channel just came up. I think it was still under 100 subs, and I was trying to help get people over there. So this was very much a silent movie.
Yeah, that's a great one. That is
but
a good way to do it.
It's just a PMS joke with instead of like PMS, it's a werewolf kind of thing, once a month. I mean, yeah, I think I've done maybe 40 something. I'm just over 40 strips.
Wow, already?
Yeah.
Oh wait,
so,
hold on. Let me see. So, is this at all related to Wart the Wizard?
This was just one I was doing when I was playing around with the color, seeing what I could do. This one actually isn't. I don't really count that in the CG strip lineup, but yeah, I mean, every once in a while, doing one like a peanut style one, or
yeah,
or whatever like that. But a couple of different styles, a couple of different types, playing around with like color stuff. Seeing what brushes look good, what don't look good, gradients, playing with that stuff. Just there's a lot of experimenting that goes on in these, and it's just my goal is to try to make it as close to their personalities as I possibly can, while adding like that there are implied adventures going on behind the scenes with their characters and stuff like that. So, but quite a few of them like really work well with like natural pairs. Pairs. I mean, I'm a huge fan of like old comedy teams, like Abbott and Costello and Laurel and Hardy and the Marx Brothers and Charlie Chaplin and those, all that stuff. So I mean, the straight man and the clown dynamic, you can you can put with these guys, because they're, especially CGUK, they give each other so much crap.
Yeah.
In a friendly way, but I mean, it works so well for like a comic strip kind of kind
Oh,
of deal.
Show People Circus, the one you did of.
Oh, I think he's seen.
Oh, all
I
right.
think he's seen both of these ones. I try to tag the people in the strips, like I said, not just to get people on their project, but to get people to go over. And I've heard someone say that there are so many in-jokes in these comic strips. You know, it's funny, but they have to go and investigate the person just to see what the in-joke is all about. And that's perfect, because then they get to see, you know, who these people are. And this one, I tripped on this one. I was watching a Commie Mark stream, and I'd never seen him before. He was on a guest on a couple of things, and I kind of got a laugh out of it, but I'd never actually watched any of his shows. So I took this random episode of Russian Troll Factory, and so I'm watching and I'm listening, I'm doing a strip, and all of a sudden he brings this up, and they all start talking about it. I had no idea anybody was talking about my strips at that point. So that was a really great surprise. But yeah, that's when Piper shaved her head, like
Oh my gosh.
and she
I didn't
kept
catch
her
this
promise, and that's something to respect. And I thought, well, hey, let's.
Promises made, promises kept.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I try to do more with Zero Bird, because that's one you don't need to worry about in jokes with the Zero Bird sketch. Like, they're just there to laugh at, and every once in a while he'll meet another personality, and that's a lot of fun to play with too. Yeah, it's Commie Mark's cardboard doubles. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a good time.
Yeah, I love it, because it's such a good way to. It's such a good capture of their personalities, their expressions.
And I mean, this one's a perfect example of like an in-joke, because they were talking about on a CGUK carry-on stream, which I recommend to anybody out there that wants to get to know a whole group of people all at once. They were talking about who is the greatest British villain. And these guys were all kind of coming in with like, this character, but he's not British, he's Irish, you know, and stuff like that. But he's played by a British actor. And they started arguing. And they were all piling on Moriarty. That was Jan's pick, 'cause they like to give him crap. And then they said, like, Terrence Stamp is the best. No, he's not, but he's British. But he's from Krypton. He's not from Britain, you know. And they started like play arguing through the whole thing, and that was the basis for this one, where Jan never got the chance to meet Zod. He'd be like interrogating him on how British he is.
And Moriarty is the arch nemesis of Sherlock Holmes, right?
Correct. Yes. Yep. So.
Very cool.
But yeah, a lot of times, I mean, that's the thing. It's very infrequent. You can watch a stream and they'll be discussing very serious stuff or talking about somebody's comic, and you don't get a whole lot of idea in terms of a joke to tell. So you just sit and listen to the good information. Thank you, Armin Strange. But sometimes when they're goofing off and they're being silly and they're making these jokes, it's easy to write something that can work in 4 panels, or it's just off of their personality. Charlie loves old movies and stuff like that, so you put her into an old movie kind of thing. Cap's a really crappy superhero, so he gets to be in crappy superhero situations. He does his comic reviews from a shed when he does comic reviews. So I thought, what better place for he and people to be, discussing their schemes than in his shed quarters.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
But I mean,
he did his review of Mary Boys, right?
Yeah.
From the shed.
Yep, and that's a great place to do a review.
That's a good idea.
It's just he's got a specific spot there. He did that, and but Cap's great. He's another one of those people over in CGUK. Like, I was shocked at how accepting they were when I went over there just to say hi, just like, hello, how's it going? I found myself with like 4 wrenches within like 2 weeks because they're just like, here, have a wrench. You know, we like you. Take a wrench. I'm just like, holy crap. So I mean, yeah, I'm a big fan of all those people, even just as people.
Oh, for sure. Everyone's such a character.
Never mind that they're all great at creating stuff.
Yeah.
But like just the quality of people that I found just throughout ComicsGate has been just staggering. So,
I know, it's crazy cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't do too many. Every once in a while, I'll do a comic strip of the bigger guys, but for the most part, you know, since the main focus of these strips is to bring people to other people's channels or to their projects and stuff, like, you know, Ethan and Fraga, they're both over 100,000, 800,000, you know, and stuff like that. They don't need a lot of people bringing them to their stuff. I mean, I know they appreciate it, but in terms of when you're looking at that, and then when you're looking at someone who has this really great book, like say Mortal Worlds, that it's funded, but it should be higher than it is.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the people that I try to focus on. Those are the people I like to see get higher and higher in their the money that they earn.
Yeah, I personally also especially love when you've got married couples actually doing projects together.
Oh yeah, it's great.
You've got Ian and Charlie's London.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Mortal Worlds creative team.
Mm-hmm.
You've got and I had them on stream before, and I'm trying to get them back on, but our schedules aren't jiving yet. And John Gallagher and Carla Tornielli.
Oh yeah, yep, both good people.
Yeah. It's so cool to see. Oh, and Skits.
Oh yes,
they're very cool too.
Yep, very enthusiastic. I think they might be the most enthusiastic couple in ComicsGate. Like, I gotta wonder if they got caffeine in their system or if that's just a natural thing.
Well, there was a cool thing. I think they were scheduled to be on Piper's stream, and then I guess there was some sort of power outage or something.
Mm-hmm.
So rather than cancel and reschedule the stream, they went into their car and streamed from their telephone. So there wasn't any video, but there was audio.
Oh, sure.
And it still worked out.
Yeah.
So that was real cool. And I love how, I mentioned it before, but people in CG are so supportive. And Mandy is blowing up. She's got a good working relationship with Pete Gilmore.
Oh yeah.
And she does these CG project promotional streams with John Malin.
They're responsible for helping a lot of people.
Yeah, totally. And not only are they promoting the books, they're also providing some useful advice on, you know, what they might do to expand their reach, improve their campaign, add to their campaign, enhance it. Yeah.
Note taking.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to keep track of it myself. I mean, I've mentioned it here and there, but I'm not at the point. Well, you may or may not know I'm into drawing myself.
Sure.
I have 2 projects I'd like to put together, but they're like totally different ends of the spectrum. And on top of that, I'm also out of practice because I haven't been drawing in a while. Years ago, I actually got in the computer industry and have been doing tech support for many years. But now I'm trying to nurture the creative side more and actually pursue my art.
Do you
So
look at digital or you do traditional?
traditional,
Okay.
but I'm considering toying with digital again. But it's like I've got one project that is very much cartoon strip, traditional based as
Sure.
well, except it's kind of on the kind of influenced on early Garfield or Peanuts or Calvin and Hobbes.
Sure.
Then I have another project that's like traditional superhero, like what Peregrine is doing.
Yeah.
So two totally different styles of work.
Nothing wrong with variety.
So I'm trying to map out which one to do first and how to do it. Like that's why I was kind of picking your brain as to how you might handle a comic strip based book project. And because I'm not sure myself, I was kind of leaning towards a treasury, like what Calvin and Hobbes eventually ended up with.
Typically, those treasuries were collections of other things. So I mean, like one Calvin and Hobbes treasury would contain like 2 to 3 of the regular books that were put out. The regular ones, the smaller square ones. So that would be like one collection. Then that might be anywhere from 80 to 100 pages. And the treasuries were usually around 250 pages or something like that. So that would treasuries would collect multiple collections of the book because they'd put them out every 6 months or something like that, 6 months to a year for the regular collections, and then every 2-3 years for the bigger treasuries to help people put a little more shelf space on their bookshelves. But what I would do is what I did for my collections is I went in Photoshop and I created a template. So you bring the blue lines down and get everything to where it looks good on the page, and then you just drag your comic strip in, resize it appropriately to where you want to put it, and then lock that into place. And then you get just label that page 1, page 2, page 3, or 001 or something like that. That way, when you're putting it all together into a collection, you've got the page 1 as you want it, page 2 as you want it, page 3 as you want it, and it's much easier to work out if you're doing it as you go along. You know what I mean? If you're gonna put them out in order, well, you put your strip out, and then you take it over to that template. You put one in, save it in a different name, of course, so you don't save over your blank template.
Right.
Then the next one, you put that in, save that, do whatever you got to do, make that page 1, bam, done. And then you keep on going with that, and see your after it's all edited, of course, once it goes out, you put that into that page, and you've got one completed page. It's over. It's all done. And then, you get to 20, 40, 60 pages. Whenever you decide you want to do your book, you get yourself a cover going. Get yourself like your legal page. This is all WyzGyz Entertainment property, copyright, like that.
Any similarities to actual persons or events is
all rights reserved, all that stuff. Yep. And then maybe if you want a couple of supplemental things, like a couple sketches in the background, there are a lot of people that are fans of bonus features in the back of their books. You don't necessarily need them. It's a little bit of padding, but sometimes it's a cool thing to see. But then, you just build it's a lot like when you're making a movie and you're cutting it as you go along. So, I've got my dailies today. This is what I want. I'm taking that out. Okay, that's part of the master movie right over there. And then you keep on going, maybe I'll switch this out later on. You can do that, but just building a book. That's the easiest way to do it for comic strips.
Now, I'm not sure if this is the case, but you'll probably have the answer to this. When they make treasuries, let's take Garfield as an example. When they make treasuries, they're at least the smaller ones, the smaller books that are rectangular in shape. Aren't they basically reprints of the daily newspaper strips, and then every Sunday, comic strips are typically all in color.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see in the bigger treasuries, anything that is still in black and white is what was a deal.
It's black and white. Yep.
Anything that's in color.
Yep. It's all reprints.
Sunday paper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all reprints, and like I have the Calvin and Hobbes hardcover collection. So when you're flipping through that, you'll see the color strip, and then it'll go right back into the black and whites for a couple pages, and then the color strip, and then into black and white for a couple pages. Nowadays, everything's color because digital color is so easy. Most people don't do hand color like, say, Far Side. Is it Eric Larson? I want to say Larson. Yeah. But got that hardcover collection too. But,
Yeah.
Yeah. Nowadays, everything's in color, so the collections are just going to be color, anyways. And besides, when you're printing, if you have one page that's color and the rest of it's black and white, you're still going to be paying full for color.
Huh.
Kind of how it works. It's either all black and white or it isn't. So, you'll be paying all those color prices for black and white, like 2/3 of it being black and white, typically.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah. So that's something for, if you're going to be artistic and you're going to have, say, for example, Sin City, or what Graham Nolan's doing on the Chenoo, he's going to be paying for color, even though it's grayscale with some red highlights. He's going to be paying for color. If he took that red out, he could get a cheaper price at a black and white kind of thing. But
that's
depends on what you want to do.
How did you come to determine how to measure out the cells, like the length of the total strip?
For what I did, for when I started my comic strips, I just cut an 11 by 17 in half. Okay, so it was about half that in long ways. What I do now, I believe, is I work on because I have a portable scanner.
All right.
One of the things that I had to do before was go to like a Office Max and get it shrunk down.
Yeah.
So that I could run it through my at-home scanner. But I have one of those those scanners now where you can feed a credit card through. Or
Right.
Yep. Brothers makes a really good one. But I work on, it's like 5 by 14 is what I work on. So that I can just run that through that scanner really quick. And then I just bring down the contrast, or bring up the contrast a little so the blacks are blacker. And then that's pretty much how it looks. And I just go over, with color.
So you start off drawing and inking in a larger format, and then you scan it in and resize smaller?
Well, this would probably print out in that 5 by 7 or 5 by 14 because I didn't resize any of this stuff. But if you're going to collect it, yes, you would have to resize it. You just have to go ahead and use the transform tool, shrink it down to what you want on your page. You see, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's always eluded me as to, what measurements you begin with in the first place. What do you use as your quote unquote canvas?
Well, when I first did it, I went and I found a comic strip collection, like one of those 9 by 9 square bound ones. And I opened up the page and you'll see them what's Calvin and Hobbes would, used to do them. Those are the single collections. They're square bound, or they're just like square. And you go in there and I kind of measured how far between the space between each comic. So there's about a half an inch or so border around the top. That's for a bleed and stuff. And then maybe an inch between, or 2/3 of an inch or something between each comic. So then you just go into Photoshop and you can touch the ruler and drag down a blue line. And then you just kind of drag it on down and here, I'll just grab this basic Photoshop that I use for color here. Older Photoshop. Anyways, okay, so when you're looking at, cancel that. We have a new template here.
Do you use the entire Adobe Creative Suite?
I pretty much just got this Photoshop here. It's a gift from my brother, like the license kind of thing. So
Nice.
but yeah, I do get Photoshop. So you just drag that blue line down, and see, you can, when you drag these things down, you put something else in, it'll just snap to those lines.
Okay.
So if I had, like, for example, if I wanted make this a bigger book and I wanted each comic strip in like that, right? So you just, this is just obviously no measuring going real quick, but
Right.
just like this and like this,
So
and you
you're
say
laying
something like that for your main template.
that's kind of like a snap to grid.
Yep. So you have like this area for your numbers or whatever like that, and then each of these three. Now I would go landscape if I were doing comic strips.
Okay.
But you look at each of these three, and then you just take your comic strip and you resize it, and it'll snap right into that. And then that's your page. You're done. Save it. Save it as a TIFF document, something high quality, and
So
you're good.
you think TIFF is the way to go then?
TIFF, well, that's one of them. That's a high quality thing. JPEGs are typically they're smaller file size, but they're also lower quality. So you're going to want something higher than that. There are a couple of different options to go with, but I think TIFF was usually one that I remember hearing. It's more of a standard.
Because I thought that I might be mixing up my file formats, but I thought that they developed a newer version of JPEG. Maybe it was like JPEG 2000.
It's possible. It's possible. I haven't had much experience with that, and certainly somebody on a replay or something in the chat could or the comments could certainly, if they get this far, put that into the thing. But yeah, that's kind of what I did, and that was my mistake. I had older JPEGs, style. It was high quality. It was still like an 8 or a 10 quality, which would push the file size a little bit, but it didn't quite look as good printed.
No,
not as smooth.
But then
it's still readable. It's still, like you get the point across. It just wasn't that high quality that you'd really expect. So that kind of thing, play around with your file sizes. Ask those questions too, like as far as formatting goes. That's very important.
Now, when you printed off those JPEGs.
Yeah. When I put them into a Adobe, like a what do you call it?
Premiere?
No, not Premiere. Like a blank on the name.
InDesign?
No, just the file format, like the PDF.
Oh, all right.
When I put it into a PDF, it was the JPEGs that went into the PDF.
Now, the JPEGs, was it still based on the dimensions of 5x14?
The JPEGs, you can size that to anything you want. So when it gets scanned in, it's 5x14, but then you can shrink it down to like a 3x6 or 3x5 or whatever if you wanted to. Make it any size you want when you bring it down. Just make sure that you're not, you got to like hold shift when you're doing the transform, otherwise it'll skew it a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you want it to maintain its proper alignment the whole way. Otherwise, you're going to screw up the art. You're going to screw up the words. You're going to screw up all that stuff. But all you have to do is shrink it down and put it right in its place, and your page is done.
So even when you shrunk it down and saved it to a PDF and printed it, the quality still saw degradation?
Well, I didn't print it. I'd had it on for a while on a print-on-demand system.
Oh, all right.
So that was like more professional printers doing it. But when you get it back, it's just you look at it and you go, yeah, I can tell that's kind of a lower quality file. So
yeah, because go ahead. Sorry.
Or that's I didn't have anything there, but yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to add that I thought that when you take a full size 1-to-1 ratio image and you shrink it, then it makes it look sharper and cleans up the edges.
It can. I still play around with this kind of thing all the time, but it's sort of and that's where possibly going to all digital someday might help me out, because I can just make it in that size and do it. But as of right now, I'm drawing it, I'm putting it in the computer, and then I'm doing the touch-ups and coloring in computer. But I do like having the original art. I do like being able to, post those pics of a stack getting bigger from the ComicsGate things that I'm doing. Went from like, hey, here's 12 of them to here's 42 of them, kind of thing. And they all just kind of go in a bin next to my desk. Not a trash, but sort of a bin.
So this strip right here, what is the...
This was early on, the Super Dead that Mandy and Peter are working on. I was just doing like a fun, like halfway helping them promote kind of thing. This is when Peter just had like the 2 images up there.
Okay.
And yeah, this is Peter taking a holiday. Why a holiday? But yeah.
Cool.
These are kind of things they're not offensive. I mean, they don't cause fights. They give people a second on their timelines to laugh if they're really stressed out about what's going on in the world. Lord knows we need that, or just what's going on at times in ComicsGate when we have our every 6-month flare up.
I know.
Something that most people looking on go, that's not a huge deal, but the 2 people or 3 people or groups of people, it sure is a huge deal to them.
It seems like it seems like it's like clockwork.
Almost. I don't know. I don't usually comment too much on it. I stick out of that kind of thing, but it's my focus to try to put a little something on a timeline that people can just be like, what is wrong with this? Oh, hey, comic strip. Oh, ha, 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 and then go back to getting angry if they want to, or they can, use it as a chance to walk away for a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
or help diffuse things.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, like, I noticed that if you don't comment, you don't like, retweet, these things fizzle out a little faster than not. But when huge groups of people jump in, start taking sides, that's when it becomes like a fracture. And we want to try to avoid that kind of thing.
Makes sense.
Get people making their dreams come true.
I like when you do Charlie's London and play off the black and white and the silent films.
Oh yeah, she's a lot of fun to draw, and it's always fun drawing her and Yan together because they're so dang happy together. So it's easy to convey that in the comic strip. Have a great day, Peep.
Thanks very much, people. Leave this to play. Greatly appreciate you hanging out. See ya. You have a good one.
Bye now.
Yeah, this wartime scene is pretty funny too.
Yeah, that was, kind of. I was watching. What was I watching? It was Buck Privates with the Abbott and Costello.
Oh.
And then Chaplin did a movie called Shoulder Arms.
Shoulder Arms.
Yep. And I think that was the name of it. But and then she and Billy Tucci were talking on a stream about like just World War history and stuff. She did an interview with Tucci about just World War stuff, Chaplin and Miss Fury, and so it was a really great stream for anybody that wants to learn a little something about history. I recommend it highly on Charlie's channel. But yeah, that's this one I was doing while I was listening to that. And then there was one more. I'm going to stop sharing for just a minute.
Going back to that wartime one.
Mm-hmm.
What was that solid black dot in the upper left corner of the first cell?
That was what you would call a cigarette burn. Back in the day, when they had to switch the strips out, or they had to switch the reels out for reels with multiple things, there would be a black dot in the corner to give the projectionist an idea as to when they had to switch the reel up, when they had to, the one reel's ending and they had to get the next one started. Because I mean, if you take a movie like The Kid from Chaplin, that was a 6-reel movie.
Oh, right. Okay.
So in order for them to know, so it could be seamless, it could be flawless, they had this little black dot that every once in a while would flash. And that is what's referred to as a cigarette burn.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
So just a play on that little old-time knowledge.
I totally forgot about that. I remember learning about that years ago.
Mm-hmm. I think maybe they said something about it on Fight Club or something, but I believe I knew about that beforehand. Just something about reading old movies and stuff like that. But
Right on.
But yeah, this is the only other one that wasn't in the folder. Charlie got a kick out of this one. Was the last one that I think I did.
Have you already posted it to?
Oh yeah, it's on Instagram, or not Instagram, but Twitter. Yeah, I guess Yan was chasing down a milkman.
Oh yeah.
Trying to get, and this is how it played in my head. I don't know how it played in other people's head, but that's what I saw.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, they even brought up your cartoon during the stream.
They did, and like I said, it floors me every time I see it.
Yeah, soon after they discussed the incident. Oh my gosh, I remember seeing that too. Yeah, that's funny. So, how long does it take for you to do one of these cartoons?
Depending on how, this one took a little bit longer, but depending on how long, it'd probably be anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay.
I'm not, like I said, these are practice ones. They're for speed. They're for learning color. So it's really about the practice. So they don't take an incredible amount of time. A normal one might take me about, if I'm really, really concentrating on it, like 4 hours. To you sit down and I have an Ames lettering guide, and I trace out all the lines so that I can write in between them to get the lettering straight. And
what's the Ames lettering guide?
Ames lettering guide is it's a little piece of plastic with a wheel and a bunch of holes on it. It's very old school.
Oh, that. Oh,
yep. You rotate the wheel, and in a certain position, it'll change font size, how big your letters are and stuff. And you put multiple. That's how the old guys used to do it. You put multiple, also what they would do is they would print out the words and they would just paste them right to the comic page, and then have that photocopied, and that would be the lettering. But yeah, if you were doing handwritten stuff, an Ames lettering guide was great. You put a ruler down and you just run it along the ruler, and it makes these very specifically spaced lines. And then when you write inside those lines, that's how you get your lettering. That's how you get like even spaces, or so some letters aren't bigger than other ones, or they're not going off up or down. That's usually how they would do it.
Oh, so that's how you use it.
Yeah. Oh, you have one?
I'm looking for it. I'm pretty sure I do. I don't think that's.
Yeah, it's got like on the bottom of the wheel, it's got like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I usually keep mine at about a 4, and then you just run it along the ruler with the pencil in one of the holes, and just keep on going, and that'll make you straight lines that are evenly spaced that you can write in, and then just erase the lines.
Let's see here.
But I don't know that many people use them anymore. Obviously, with the digital lettering, it's so much easier and faster.
Oh yeah, totally.
I just like my original art. Usually, I like the words on there too. So I mean, when you actually looking through it, you can read it. So, in order for it to look good, you got to use a lettering guide, or at least I have to.
This it?
That's the guy right there. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You just set that to the font size you want, which is at the bottom, and And then the very bottom row, there's like these tiny little lines that kind of make a smiley face on the thing there. Yep. Right there, that bottom row. I usually, the part that's on the top there, if you rotate that around to the bottom at about like a 4, until that little notch thing says 4 down there.
Well, do you line it up with this vertical line here in the center?
Yep, there's a little vertical line, and you.
All right, so it's on 4.
Okay, so now that bottom row, right there. Okay, the bottom row, there's like those little like smiley face lines almost. Yours might be a little different. Oh yeah, you're gonna want to rotate it so that big area of nothing is on the bottom. Unless you don't have a.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, there's a 4 over there too.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go.
So then what you do is you take that very first line to your, what is that going to be? It'll be the top line, that very top row, on the bottom row, that very top one. Yeah. So the very top most of that slanted row of things, you would run that along your ruler, and then you would trace that out, and that would be your baseline. So then you go every other one. So those little smiley face things, like every other one, you do each of those, running it back and forth on the page, and then by then you have evenly spaced lines.
Wait, so all right, so this is if you line it up with the 4, that's your font size.
Hold on a second. Let me just.
It's hard to see.
We'll share my screen if you would.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, make us bigger. So.
Let's see here.
So that I'm just trying to be able to like use my mouse to point at you.
I don't know how to do us bigger.
Actually, here I got an idea. Here, we'll stop sharing. I can explain this. I know I can. Let's see. All right. That's pretty close to what I want. Okay. So I'll just drag that over here. All right. There we go.
Maniacal laugh.
Yeah, figured it out.
Oops.
So we'll share that one. Okay, so when you're... So if I've got it at a 4 right here, it says 7 right here. Basically what's going to happen is that's going to be your top line, your baseline. And you'd hit this one going back and that one going forth.
Oh, that's what you mean by the smiley. So
right.
You follow all the linked circles.
Right. So you'd go every other one, boom, 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 boom. And then you would have lines that made 3 like gutters, basically. So this one and this one, that's one line. This one and this one, that's one line. This one and this one, that's one line. And you would write in this area.
Oh.
So then if you wanted to write smaller and closer together, you would click these closer, and that would make the line more narrow as you know, there's different uses for all this stuff, but I usually just really need this bottom row right here.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, when you put that down on a ruler, just leave that ruler and go back and forth, moving your pencil down each one of these, and you've got a series of evenly spaced lines that you can write inside, and that's how they used to do some of the gutters or the handwritten stuff. Because if you look at like artist editions for some of the really old comics, you'll see these lines all over on the artwork. I think it was the Action 1000 special edition, they had an old one from Siegel and Schuster.
Huh.
And you could see the lines kind of in the background for lettering purposes and stuff like that. But yeah.
when letterers are drawing these lines, do they typically use the old mechanical pencils you use in architecture, or?
Well, nowadays letters just do it with a vector program like Adobe Illustrator or something like that. You know, I don't think almost anybody does hand lettering anymore.
But if you were to do hand lettering,
it adds so much time to the process.
that's not worth it.
But yeah, when you're blocking out your art, sometimes like that works out. But yeah, I just do it for like my comic strips because I like them to just exist on their own. Otherwise, I could certainly just draw the stuff, scan it in, leave a little hole or leave a little space at the top, and put the art in myself, or the letters in myself with that. But
right. These go there. Man, I got all kinds of supplies. I was really into drawing, and I took a couple architecture classes too.
Okay. That's good. Background.
So I got the old sharpener.
Yep. For the pencil hole or the lead holders, yep.
Yeah. Extra leads.
Sure.
Somewhere around here is my mechanical pencil too. Oh, I think is that it? Wait, hold on. Oh my gosh, I actually have a tube of Rembrandt acrylic color left.
Ah.
Titanium white.
No better white. Bob Ross said so.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've got a one exactly like that myself.
One of the things I thought was so fun about this is that this is actually the very end is a sharpener itself.
Oh. No, I don't know if I have that one.
If you, oops, let me get. Oh, I got another one. Oh. I got a second mechanical pencil, but it looks like there's no lead in it either. Let me just grab one. All right, so, well, this is a short piece of lead. I might as well get ready to use it up.
You've got a clicky, that's a clicky one, right?
Well, oh, you know what? Is this the wrong size? Statler Mars 780.
I use a 2mm when I use that.
Germany. This is a 4B size.
Mm.
Is this going to fit in?
Well, that's just the hardness of the lead.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, shoot. All right, I screwed up. I just snapped the lead. And now the little metal piece at the end is stuck in the head. So I'm going to have to use a tool to extract that. That sucks. All right. Let me see here. But what I was trying to demonstrate is that, so it's the funniest thing. So as you can see at the very end of the pencil, this metal release push button tip, you got this hole, and you take your lead, well, you could actually pull this out, pull this off. Oh, wait. Oh, crap.
Yeah, I've got a clicky one, and then one where like you click on it and it'll like 3 little prongs will come out and they'll grab the lead and pull it in for you. But when you click it, it'll just let it drop out too. So
yeah, it turns out there was actually one of these in here already. Oh dear. All right. I messed up double time.
Should just drop right in.
But you take it out, and then normally I would have depressed the push button to make some of the lead poke out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would, of course, oh shoot, I just broke the lead again.
Oh, interesting.
All right. So then you pretend you're sharpening it.
Oh, that's interesting. Now mine are closed top, both of them. Huh. That's something.
But yeah, I don't know if you can see it. Let me use my shirt as a background. Can you tell that it's sharpened?
Yeah, a little bit. It's a kind of a blunt sharpening, but that's why I like it.
Well, I didn't spend a lot of time sharpening it. But
Sure. Ha! That's great.
Isn't that funny? Oops. Yeah, but I keep breaking it because I'm.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was a thing at one time. I am having the worst luck. Now that seemed to have gotten stuck.
Yeah, those are nice for getting different line thicknesses. I mean, lately it's just been a 5mm regular pencil, but I mean, for a long time I was sketching in like a non-repro blue, and then I just ink over that, scan it in black and white, and I wouldn't have to clean up the pencils. So
Yeah, because the software takes care of that, right?
yeah, well, if the non-repro blue, if it's scanned in any scanner, like if you photocopy it in black and white, it won't show up.
Oh, okay. All right.
Otherwise, I mean, if you're like a lot of animators will draw in colored pencil because like if it's like red, you can put it in, scan it in, and then just filter out the red. Just say, hey, give me every color but red, and then that red will be gone. And you'll just have your black and white image.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so some people use blue, some people use red.
Yeah, it's a lot of animators do that. They'll pencil in those and then just filter out the color, and you have a clean image.
Man. My failed demonstration. Man, this thing doesn't want to come out now. What the frick? This has never happened to me. I promise. Oh, man. Yeah, I guess I've just... Jeez, this is nuts. Literally, this has never happened. Anywho, I'll save this for another time.
Sure.
Yeah, man, those are good tips for sure. No pun intended. Oh man. Ooh, anything else on your mind today?
I think we ran the gamut today.
Darn straight. You ready to have lunch?
I think so. Yeah, I might go grab something.
Let me just post a quick question. Any last questions? Or so. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. Let's see here. All right. So it looks like we have.
Tea's getting to you too now.
Everything's falling to pieces. Yeah, so we used to have someone on Facebook. We got one person watching from Twitter. Twitch.
Twitch.
3 people watching from YouTube.
Wow.
Excuse me. All right. It looks like that's all the questions for now.
All right.
Yeah, like you said, we did run the gamut. I wanted to thank you so very much for joining me. This was an awesome, fun time.
Well, I'm glad you had fun. I had fun too. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. We got to have you on again.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so please tell everyone how they can reach you.
Pretty much like it's going on the bottom of the screen there. Twitter at Statistical Zero, and that's pretty much the only place that I'm kind of operating under this name at the moment. So easy to find me.
You hop on a lot of ComicsGate streams.
Oh yeah, you can find me in quite a few chats. If nothing else, just to come in and say hello. Sometimes when there's just not enough time in the day, like we were saying.
Sometimes when you're watching or stream or listening to a stream, do you literally does an idea strike you for a comic strip and then you try and get it done before the end of the stream that you're watching?
Oh, the ideas strike me all the time, but no, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It'll be, sometimes it'll come out the morning after because it's, it's a late night. In the afternoon, it's totally random. It's not contingent on, somebody's stream, but that's usually where the ideas come from.
Cool deal. All right, and you can find me on Twitch at WyzGyz Twitches, at Twitter under WyzGyz Tweets, and under YouTube under WyzGyz Entertainment.
All right.
Thank you all so very much for joining us. We had a great time. Thank you to Statistical Zero for this moment of nerddom.
Moment.
Very long moment of nerddom. Yeah, we got to do this again sometime. Ending broadcast in 3, 2, 1.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.